don't have my video yet, right? So well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the City Council meeting of September 29th. We actually have, just for those of you that are tuning in as well, we have 4 council members here this evening. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And this is the most council members we've had in one room since St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, so March 10th. And yeah, so we're here. We've measured ourselves so we know that we are at least 6 feet apart, and are looking forward to this. Actually, all of us seeing everybody this evening. With that, I'll ask that we call the meeting to order, and we'll start first with an invocation, which is a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Agent.
Here.
Clegg.
Here.
Halliburton.
Here.
Sanchez. Thompson. Woodings.
Here.
4 present, 2 absent.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have a request for approval, the council minutes from September 22nd.
Madam Mayor, I move we approve the minutes of the regular day meeting of September 22nd.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Woodings,
Yes.
Agent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes,
Halliburton.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And next up, we have special business. First off, we have the reappointment of Larry Crowley to the Public Works Commission for a 4-year term ending September 2024.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I ask unanimous consent to reappoint Larry Crowley to the Public Works Commission for a 4-year term ending September 2024. I talked to Larry yesterday, said he was going to be online.
That's what I was going to ask. So
Um,
without objection? Wonderful. Larry is reappointed. Larry, thank you for your service. Are you here? If you'd like to say anything, you're welcome to.
Madam Mayor, Madam President, members of the council, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. Well, thank you for the vote and the consideration. I'm really very excited to be able to continue to serve on the Public Works Commission. We're entering a very interesting time, particularly with the water renewal utility plan. And the next phases of that plan and that process will be the areas that are of most interest to me, given my background and work experience. The revenue requirement studies, the cost of service studies, the rate design studies are all areas that I think will be of great interest to the council. I know they are to the commission and the staff of the department. And for me, it's been just a great pleasure to be able to serve and collaborate with people that we have in the Public Works Department, people like Steve Burgess and his great staff. So I think we're very fortunate as a community to have such qualified people doing what they're doing on our behalf. And so I'm really very excited to be able to continue to work with them on behalf of the city. So thank you very much for your consideration and your motion.
Well, thank you for your continued service. We really appreciate it. And have a good night.
thank you.
You too. Thank you. Thank you,
Larry.
Madam President.
All right, next up, we have the reappointment of Jessica Aguilar to the Design Review Committee for a 4-year term that ends September 2024.
Madam Mayor, I ask unanimous consent to reappoint Jessica Aguilar to the Design Review Committee for a 4-year term ending September 2024.
Without objection? All right, well, thank you, Jessica, for your service again, for re-upping for another term. Are you with us?
Madam Mayor, she is not.
Okay, all right. Well, we appreciate her continued service on the DR committee. And next, we have Cody to present CAR 20-5, PUD 20-13, and SUB 20-9, a request for reconsideration related to that application.
Madam Mayor, members of council, as you recall, on August 25th, you approved annexation and a preliminary plat and denied an appeal of a conditional use permit, all related to a residential subdivision for 67 single-family homes out on Victory Road. The Southwest Ada County Alliance has asked that you reconsider your decision. As you know, the purpose of a reconsideration is to resolve disputes or disagreements at the lowest level possible. The idea, though, is that there's information that was not available at previous hearings. From our perspective in reviewing the letter we received, the reconsideration request does not provide new facts or evidence, but does appear to dispute items that you all already carefully considered, as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission. That being said, it is entirely at your discretion if you wish to reconsider, and if you do, we'll renotice for a future public hearing date. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I didn't recognize you. Come on up. Is this related to the reconsideration?
Yes, it is.
And you're
Um,
representing?
I'm representing the Neighborhood Association for Roan Meadows and Mitchell Neighborhood Association.
I just need to check, Mr. Hertzfeld, on procedure, because typically in a reconsideration, do we Typically this is not a reconsideration, it's a request to reconsider. And so typically council reads the memo that you or your client have submitted to determine whether or not there's new information provided and then takes an action. And if the council were to decide to take the action to reconsider, then you would present as part of that reconsideration.
Madam Mayor, thank you for that clarification. One of the things that I think it would be important for me to be able to do is to disagree with staff's understanding of the constraints on the council for granting reconsideration.
All right, then I propose that rather than determining a legal issue like that at the bench, I'm going to leave this for council to determine if we ought not move it forward or what you'd like to do.
Madam Mayor.
I feel like that probably should have been done in advance so our council could talk with us about that.
Madam Mayor, I believe it would not be appropriate to consider information from one party and not the other. We do have memos from both of you. And as I looked at the memos, I did not see any new information and would decline to make a motion to reconsider. And I think unless someone else does, the reconsideration request dies with a lack of action.
Madam Council President, thank you for your remarks. The disagreement that I have is I do not believe that the council is restrained by the language of the Boise City Code, which was cited by the staff. That is, that new evidence needs to be available. I believe that the council has discretion to grant a reconsideration for any reason that it deems proper, and that particular code section 11030337G applies. Its intent is to apply to request for reconsideration of decision bodies subordinate to the city council, not to the city council itself. It's in section 7, not section G.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that
section
interpretation. I would still decline to take action based on reading the memos, and unless someone else does. As I say, I think the request to reconsider dies with lack of emotion. Appreciate it.
So I don't have the opportunity to further address the council then.
No, not as part of this
Okay.
matter. Thank you. And next up, we have I'm just making sure there was no motion on no motion. Okay, all right. And it's at your discretion to make a motion. Okay. Next up, we have the consent agenda. All items with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or citizen so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented, and note that this includes the art for the Irma Heyman House, and I'm very grateful that that's been chosen.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Woodings,
Yes.
Bajan,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Next up, we move on to ordinances. Wait, we have a subdivision, but there's an asterisk. So question, my guide for the online version is there's an applicant listed for the subdivision, the Caddis condominiums, but that was part of the consent agenda, correct? Okay, thank you. So we've got one ordinance on the first reading.
Madam Mayor, I ask unanimous consent that all ordinances on first reading be read by number and title only and filed for the second reading calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Actually, it was unanimous.
Oh, sorry, yep. Without objection?
And Madam Mayor, I might just note, we had one person wondering what this was about, since it's such a short title, and it is amending our accessible parking ordinance.
Okay, great. Thank you.
ORD-31-20, an ordinance amending Title 11, Chapter 7, Section 3, Subsection 5, Boise City Code, and providing an effective date.
It was really short. All right.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
That was me who was wondering about what the ordinance was. And I just want to quickly note that our accessible parking committee has been working really closely with city staff to make sure that our accessible parking ordinance matches best practice and gives our residents the greatest accessibility possible. So thanking them for that.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so now we are moving into the main event this evening. Room is not nearly as full as I thought it might be, but we have a giant list of people on Zoom and on the phone tonight. So just a couple things. We're going to be picking up the CR 19-25 CDG Acquisitions LLC. And it's a rezone, which came forward with a recommended action and then an appeal of the denial. So we take this all up together, of course. So I'm just going to go through a couple logistics first before we get started. We typically, with past hearings, have gone phone first and people in person, but because there might be other people show up, or because so many people did opt to take phone or Zoom, I'm going to start here, except for the applicant and the neighborhood association, if they're on Zoom or other. No, Fred, you're here. Are you here for the neighborhood association? Okay, great. So we'll start with the applicant or the appellant, and then, we'll start with the two main parties, and then we'll take testimony here in person, and then we'll go to Zoom. That way, I mean, you're free to stay or leave if you want. If it suddenly gets packed and there are people waiting, then we'll just ask you to cycle through so that we can keep space and watch numbers. And I appreciate that you're all here in your space chairs and your maps, and it's really nice to see all of your faces. And we've really enjoyed having people in the chambers. So,
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, there's no appeal tonight. It's just a rezone.
it's just the rezone.
They dropped.
Oh, that's okay.
You.
All right. So then this is what, that would be why we have the one list. Sorry about that. I'm still going to go, if it makes sense to you, with people here
Yep.
and then move forward. And then also for folks on Zoom, people signed up early. And so those of you that signed up early, I'll call your names first. But then if you haven't been called, please raise your little Zoom hand. And the clerk will be able to see that. And then we will make sure that all of you that have raised your hands that didn't sign up early, so you weren't called, and get called from there. And same thing in the room. If I don't call you from this list, then just raise your hand and we'll bring you on up. Sound good? All right, go ahead.
All right. Madam Mayor, council members, Saline Accord with Planning and Development Services. Before you tonight is a request for a rezone at 1909 and 2001 West Boise Avenue, located at the intersection of Boise and Protest. To quickly go over a timeline of the project, this was originally submitted in October of last year. There was extended review for a variety of reasons, and the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing was held in February of this year. They did recommend denial. After that, we plan to schedule this hearing on April 14th. As we all know, things changed in March, so we postponed that hearing. We tried again in July, but that is when our numbers were spiking, and so we postponed it, and here we are tonight. So to briefly go over the project, it's a 3.3 acre site on the edge of the downtown and southeast planning areas and adjacent to Boise State campus. The property is designated mixed use in the comprehensive plan and is located in the heart of an activity center. This designation allows for almost every zoning district, so as to encourage more active uses. The site is also on the edge of downtown planning area, which encourages the most intense uses in the core of our city. The site is currently split zoned between R2 and C1D. So that's medium residential and neighborhood commercial with design review. The applicant is requesting to change to residential office with design review and a development agreement, so RODDA. The RO zone is present in the neighborhood across the street with the Identity Project. The original planning report for Planning and Zoning Commission analyzed the current zones, the proposed zone, as well as other potential zones, and their different allowances with regards to uses, setbacks, height, and floor area ratio requirements. While the planning team is still supportive of the change to RO, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of the request. Since that hearing, the applicant has adjusted the design a bit. The current proposal stands as such. It's a 3-story building with 222,500 square foot building with 1 vehicular access point on Boise Avenue, 196 units with 541 bedrooms. There are 264 underground parking spaces that take about 93,000 square feet. And on this plan, 252 bike parking spaces. Since I created this slide and just this afternoon, the applicant is able to put those parking spaces at 267, and due to the way they can configure the bike parking spaces, actually accommodate 550 bike parking spaces, and they'll go and elaborate into that later tonight. A major proponent of the planning team support was the inclusion of a development agreement. This essentially locks in a specific project with the land in perpetuity rather than allowing anything to be developed within the RO zone. The planning team recommended 9 specific conditions of approval. The applicant has countered a few, agreed with some, and since added an additional condition for a tenant assistance package. If you'd like, I could walk through each of these and answer any questions, or finish my presentation and we can walk through them at the end.
Madam Mayor.
Maybe not.
I don't have any questions or need you to walk me through these, but I guess I wanted to make sure I understood for the record. This is a significantly different development agreement than was included when P&Z Commission heard this. Is that correct?
Other than the tenant assistance package, this is about the same development agreement that Planning and Zoning saw. The units have changed a little bit. The bedrooms have changed. The number of units and number of bedrooms have changed a little bit. The parking spaces, as of this afternoon, are the exact same. The height has changed a little bit. The drawings that Planning and Zoning saw were for a 4-story building in the back, but the week before the hearing, the applicant withdrew that height exception and changed it to a 3-story building. So this,
I'm sorry, the week before the first hearing, the week before this one. 'Cause
Sorry.
originally it was 45 and then,
sorry, the week before the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing in
All right.
February.
and I might not, I'm asking questions only because I might be voting tonight because there's only 4 council members. And then, so the recommendation though was that it be 35, but the applicant has asked to have it 35 plus the height for whatever, all those things that you put on top of buildings.
Correct. They, we recommended 35 with apparatuses at 40, and they have countered with 37 and those different apparatuses at 42.
So that hasn't changed since the report was provided to us.
That's correct.
Okay.
And the height of the RO zone next to single family is 45 feet. So they are still well below the height limit.
Madam Mayor, if I could clarify then, in the development agreement that's before us today, you say number 10 is not applicable, a tenant assistance package, and I don't see the affordable housing units being offered listed here. So if they're not part of the development agreement, where are they?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, they are part of the development agreement as I believe Exhibit D. The applicant will go into those details further tonight. It was just one item within the development agreement that said see Exhibit D, and then all of the conditions in terms of that tenant assistance package was listed out.
Okay.
And I have a question to that end as well. So in the tenant assistance package, there was the moving piece of it, but then there were also 10 units that would be offered to existing residents? Was that included in the original application before planning and zoning?
The tenant assistance package was not. So
Oh, so the entire package, including the moving package,
was not included in planning and
Sorry,
zoning.
yeah.
So if you see on this slide for the development agreement, condition number 10 was not available to planning and zoning. Since then, the applicant has since added the tenant assistance package. And that's what's before council tonight.
Okay. Madam Mayor, so I guess I do have a couple more questions about this. Item 9 is mitigate the tree loss, and I understand that there's since been an inventory, but we don't have any information about that inventory. And as I'm reading the development agreement, that mitigation would be left up to the design review committee.
Typically we see that as something that design review would look at. This essentially is just a rezone, and we don't typically get into tree mitigation. We recognize that any sizable development on this site, it will be pretty hard to, or if not impossible, to mitigate 1-to-1 caliper inches just because of the size of the trees on site. If council wants to include, different wording or different types of conditions for that mitigation, we certainly can talk through that tonight.
Thank you. I guess follow up though, the way it's written today, the city council wouldn't get to comment on that or review that. That would go to design review if we were to approve the rezone tonight.
That's correct. This project, if the rezone was approved, would be an allowed use within the RO zone, and it would only need design review committee approval.
Okay, thank you.
If that's
Yeah,
the way it's set
if
up
it were
today,
to,
yes.
Yeah.
To just go into a brief overview of that tenant assistance package, it's a 5-year transition for the Reidenbaugh Place tenants. Currently, there's 23 units. There's currently 17 occupied. At this moment, there would be a 6-month advance notice. Excuse me. 6-month advance notice before tenants are required to leave the site. The relocation support would sync people up, or the tenants up, with a local property manager. Sorry, I'm going to get a drink of water. The moving funds would assist with moving, security deposits, however the tenants see fit. And then the option to return back to a similar unit at an affordable rate, which is 60% AMI, for up to 3 years within the project, as after it gets built. Excuse me, sorry, I don't have COVID, I promise. The planning team has never seen this kind of package before, especially within a rezone or any sort of development. So we feel like this is a very generous offer. We've been having constant communication with the applicant team, as well as our housing and community development team. Rhiannon is here tonight if you have any questions about those terms and conditions, and why we are supportive of these, the way that it's been laid out. As the record reflects, and you'll see here physically and virtually tonight, there is neighborhood opposition regarding this project. They range from the height, density, parking and traffic, the loss of existing vegetation, the existing drainage facility on site, and the existing housing on site. While all valid, I think it is important to remember where this project initially started and what that project looks like today. The applicant has taken great strides into proposing a project that would fit into the neighborhood. And in closing, this is a challenging item. You have a recommendation of approval from staff and a recommendation of denial from the commission. There's a lot to like about this project. There's a lot of challenges with this project. We absolutely acknowledge all of those. And you're going to hear a lot of those concerns tonight from neighbors. Given the complexity of the project, I might suggest, rather than approval or denial, that you could ask the applicant if they're willing to step back and take another shot at the development agreement, reword any of those conditions if you see fit. We believe they've made a number of really positive changes since the original filing, since last year. However, it could be that you see an opportunity to leverage this rezone to accommodate the applicant's request while still providing benefits to the neighborhood and community at large. Thanks. It's been a while since I've spoken in public too. And with that, those are my slides. Happy to stand for any questions. And of course, the applicant's on tonight as well and can go into further details.
Thank you. Any questions for Celine?
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
one of the things that Commissioner Gillespie brought to attention was that the packet did not include an adequate analysis of on-site specific conditions from ACHD. And so I'm wondering if that was done between then and now, if there was ever an analysis from ACHD.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, there was an ACHD packet in the council packet this evening. ACHD just provided general comments before the Planning and Zoning Commission. They typically don't they typically don't provide site-specific conditions for rezones. It is an interesting, situation that we have the exact project attached to the rezone. So typically we would see site-specific conditions. They have since provided those site-specific conditions along with their review of the traffic impact study, and that's in your packet. I believe Ryan Head is also on Zoom if you have any questions of ACHD tonight as well.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, so that was done between the Planning and Zoning Commission and this meeting, or that was the same packet that they received at the P&Z meeting?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, that was between the Planning and Zoning hearing and this meeting. We received ACHD's comments, I believe 2 weeks ago.
Perfect, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
if I could follow up on that, I just want to clarify. The ACHD declined to provide site-specific when the developer withdrew the conditional use permit. Am I correct in that?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember, or Council President Clegg, that is correct. When there was a conditional use permit for the height exception, ACHD would have provided site-specific conditions because they do provide site-specific conditions for conditional use permits. In this case, it was for a height exception that typically doesn't always correlate for traffic and intensity of use as far as the traffic goes, but the CUP was withdrawn before the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so we did not receive those site-specific conditions from ACHD.
And so a couple of follow-ups on that. The only way then for us to get site-specific analysis beyond what is in our packet today would be if the application were accompanied by either a subdivision or another application. Is that?
Madam Mayor, Council President, that could be one way. I think it is important to note that ACHD would do site-specific conditions with the design review because this project within the RO zone, if approved, would be allowed. There would be no Planning and Zoning or City Council action. It would only be Design Review Committee. And that's where ACHD would provide those site-specific comments.
Okay.
Similar to a downtown project.
And then follow up on that, if I could. In our mixed-use activity center types, neighborhood activity centers, under the transportation considerations, it asks that the street design typical of town center street typology be looked at. The town center street typologies are in the ACHD Livable Streets Design Guide that came out of the Transportation and Land Use Implementation Plan that the city and ACHD worked on together. Does ACHD not analyze applications within a activity center, identified activity center for the city to the street design typologies that we developed with them?
Madam Mayor, Council President, I can't answer that question. Perhaps Ryan can. I don't believe they go off of the location. I believe they only go off of the type of application that's before us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I forgot to say that every hour or so we'll take a break, maybe hour and a half. We'll just see how it goes. I feel like with some of these, especially now that we're doing virtual meetings, like the mom that's helping chaperone the field trip where I'm trying to get everybody on the bus and give all the rules. So if I'm giving lots of explanations as to why or how or what or rules, I'm sorry. And soon we'll see people up there. But I'm going to try my best. And if I miss somebody, I'll apologize in advance and just let us know and we'll make sure we get you up here. So first off, we've got the applicant. And I think it's Deborah Nelson. And it looks like a couple people with her. Oh, there you are. Yeah, you're somewhere else. Hello.
Hi.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Deborah Nelson. My address is 601 West Bannock Street, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant Collegiate Development Group, sometimes called CDG. And with me tonight, we've got Mitch Cordy from CDG, who is also available to jump in, certainly to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much to Celine and all of the hard work that she has put into this application. As she said, it's been a big project and a long process, and we really appreciate everything she's done. We also appreciate all the time that the neighbors and the existing tenants have put in with us. The developer has met with them many times, and we appreciate all of their feedback. There's been a lot of changes that have been made as a result of that feedback, and we hope that the resulting project is the better for it. The only project that's before you tonight is the rezone with development agreement. And that development agreement was submitted in the form required by the city at the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so, Councilmember Clegg, in response to your questions, what's changed with that, it's important to note just right at the outset, we submitted the same form that's provided by the city and the city attorney's office and approved by them. And when council approves ultimately a project for a rezone, the approved conditions are added to that agreement. And staff does recommend proposed conditions for that, as they did to the Planning and Zoning Commission here. But the Planning and Zoning Commission didn't recommend approval to you, so they didn't really wrestle with any of those specific conditions. Those conditions did include a tenant assistance package that we'll walk through. And now we also have offered an additional condition for your consideration with the housing covenant. Madam Mayor, if I may pause and see it, the time shows that I have 8 minutes. May I have 20 minutes for this presentation?
Yeah, we'll get.
It must have started at 10.
Did it start at 10? Yeah. What do we normally do? For...
We 15 or 20.
Yeah.
Usually. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and then usually we do 15 or 20 for this rather than 10. Sorry about that. You good with 20? Okay. Yep, 20 for both parties.
Thank you very much. So I do have a presentation. Make sure I can share my screen here. It's still loading there we go.
Oh, and so Deb, you can see the timer clock?
I could a minute ago. Oh yes, now I can when I see council chambers. The council chambers screen has it up.
We'll give you a warning too. I didn't realize you were able to see it.
Well, and actually now that I'm sharing my screen, I can't. So thank you, I appreciate warning. So jumping in briefly, I just want to briefly introduce who CDG is. They're a small company. They develop student housing and young professional projects across the country. And here's a few of the examples. They're really excited about Boise. You have already approved their first project on Myrtle Street. And they're really guided by two main principles. And that's high quality design that's contextual to the location. And that's why all these buildings look different. And also being good community partners, communicating and listening and incorporating feedback. This location is directly next to the Boise State University. It's also very close to downtown Boise, just a mile, 1.3 miles from Jump, to give you an example of a specific landmark there. Looking a little closer at that location, we're at the intersection of 3 arterial roads. The corner also includes some other multi-story buildings with the 3-story Eagle Point Apartments, the 4 to 5-story Identity Student Housing Project, the BSU student housing across the street, which is 3 stories, and adjacent to us also we have the Woodbridge townhomes at 2 to 3 stories. Sitting behind and above us is the Mesa Vista neighborhood, single-family detached neighborhood that sits 50 feet above on the rim. Our building will be set back from that rim also another 56 to 60 feet. Part of why we're looking at this project in this location is the disconnect between housing supply and demand, particularly for student housing right now. BSU has seen significant growth over the last 5 years. really 19% on the 5-year average leading up to the last school year. This year, even when nationally college enrollment is down due to COVID, down 1.8% on average, BSU, even in that environment, is up 0.5%. At the same time, there has been almost new supply of student housing to accommodate this growth. One new project since 2015 in this market. So on the right side of the slide, we've shown you some examples of near full occupancy at some student housing projects in the community. We've even updated that with recent numbers from August of 2020. On the left side, you can see the deficit of housing that's on campus. We know that BSU's goal is to provide more housing on campus, and that's great because there's a large amount of unmet demand there. And so just looking briefly, they had almost 17,000 undergraduate students in last school year, 3,500 spaces for those students on campus. That left 13,000 students that if they wanted to live away from home were looking for homes. There's only 2,200 student housing units in town, so 11,000 are being spread out into the neighborhoods or market rate apartments. We are.
Go ahead.
Deb, could I ask a question about that? You're saying the undemand for student housing, you're saying that that's the demand that isn't currently housed in multifamily projects, but is housed otherwise. So when you say unmet, it doesn't mean that housing doesn't exist for all that 11,000. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, that's right. I'm saying that the unmet demand there of 11,000 is what's not being met within the BSU campus. And so these students, some of them may be living at home still, some of them are finding places to live, but what's happening with that much unmet demand is they're spreading out into the neighborhoods around BSU. They're not finding enough of the purpose-built student housing that students want that provides them more of those close amenities and proximity to campus.
Thank you. I appreciate the assumptions you're making about what students want.
And Council President Clegg, this isn't just researched assumptions. CDG has carefully studied this market. They've had focus groups with students and asked them what they're looking for. And they're finding already a lot of response even to the potential project. And if you look at those occupancy rates on the right side, I think you can see that's what other student housing developments that exist are experiencing as well. I think the key takeaway from this is that we are going to bring over 500 new beds to this market, but we aren't going to introduce 500 more students. So we're going to provide housing for that many people that are currently not finding this housing close to campus. Looking at your comprehensive plan of Blueprint Boise, this site, as Celine noted, is designated as mixed use on your future land use map, and the RO zone is a compatible zone per your matrix. A primary purpose of the RO zone is to accommodate higher density residential development, and the RO zone allows 87.1 units per acre. Our current proposed density is 59.4. This site is also designated as a neighborhood activity center in your comprehensive plan. That should support higher density and compact design here. But some opponents, and including one of your P&Z commissioners that really kind of led to some of the decision there, have gotten caught up on some provisions in the comprehensive plan, and I think misinterpreted and misapplied that, in arguing that we somehow don't comply with your comprehensive plan because the neighborhood activity center notes a target density range of 8 to 16. But your comprehensive plan does not apply that on a property by property basis. In fact, your staff did a great job of analyzing what that really means in their original staff report to the P&Z, explaining that that density is appropriately spread over the entire area. In fact, the radius that they use there for a neighborhood activity center is a 1/4 mile radius, consistent with the Activity Center Almanac and the city's transportation action plan, because that is the distance that's appropriate for biking and walking to these centers. When staff analyzed that, they looked and found that the existing densities within the quarter-mile radius of this location are only 5.7, so well below the target. And this project would bring that up to 7. Blueprint Boise also contemplates higher densities along arterials and where you're adjacent to transit, both conditions that we have here. We meet other provisions within your comprehensive plan, including guidelines promoting underground parking and pedestrian-friendly design. And so for all of these reasons, we believe that this zone that we are seeking, RO, is compatible with your comprehensive plan. Briefly, just want to touch on some existing conditions on the site. There's a vacant commercial building here, used to be a Maverick gas station. The Ride and Baugh Place apartments are also here. They have 23 units and 17 of them have tenants. The apartment building was constructed in the 1960s, and the family that owns it decided several years ago to sell the property. And since then, the building has suffered several years of deferred maintenance with the expectation that it would be demolished. The building also suffers from an unsafe construction condition that you can see in these photos that really could never occur today. There is an open irrigation ditch drain that runs literally under the building. It's not concrete reinforced, it is a dirt ditch with just 6 feet clearance to the building with exposed flooring and wiring. CDG has been working carefully with the drain ditch owner and operator, Drainage District number 3, and has received approval on a plan to relocate that drain underground into a safe location behind the building. And we will provide a 25-foot easement to the Drainage District to allow for future maintenance. So as has already been touched on by staff, CDG has worked diligently with the current tenants and with the city to develop a tenant assistance package to help lessen the burden of them needing to find a new apartment. This package is confirmed in the development agreement, and it includes 6 months advance notice prior to a required move out, relocation support, including helping the tenants find similarly priced and sized and located residences using local property management companies, moving funds to help allay some of the costs that may be associated with finding a new apartment. 1-bedroom units will receive $4,000 and 2-bedroom units will receive $5,500. And an addition that we've really been working hard on to this package is offering an opportunity for any of these tenants, if they desire, to rent from the completed project at an affordable rent. And so if they choose, they could come back in for that discounted rent for up to 3 years. And the rent will be based on HUD's published fair market rent standards for that unit type in the Boise metro area. One exception that your city staff did request to that is that if they are at 120% AMI, area median income, then instead of the published rates, they would pay 30% income. And that has been reviewed and blessed by your city staff and city attorney. In addition to that, CDG has generously offered that they will honor a housing covenant at the new constructed building for 10 units for up to 3 years, so that if these tenants that are existing on the property now do not choose to come back into the new finished product, we will still offer 10 units for 3 years. And that will be based on income eligibility consistent with other programs. Consistent with what the city has requested here for 60% AMI based on family size, and the rent will be based on the HUD's published fair market rent standards. And it's significant to understand what kind of impact this is. First of all, I believe this is unprecedented in the city of Boise for this to be offered as a condition for a rezone where there is no subsidy or financial benefit that comes from that directly associated with the affordable housing. And so it's really an outgrowth of trying to provide a a good tenant assistance program, and then making sure that even if those tenants don't want to take advantage of it, that this can benefit others in the community. The price tag on the 10 units for 3 years when compared to the market rent is over $250,000. It's approximately $260,000 if we use current fair market rent standards. So it's a significant offering. Turning to transportation, looking at our site plan here, the site as it exists now has 4 access drives. We originally proposed 2, but at ACHD's request, we've gone down to 1 access point on Boise Avenue. We did provide a traffic impact study, which ACHD reviewed and determined that all of the levels of service on impacted roadways and intersections are met. As was discussed already, ACHD is just a commenting agency on a rezone, but they did review the traffic impact study, and they concluded that there are no road improvements required here. And so, Council President Clegg, you had some questions about that ACHD didn't provide site-specific conditions here, but they did not have any recommendations for any improvements that would be needed. I think, as was also discussed, they will have the opportunity for design features through the design review approval, in which case they could take into account your comments about the street typology that would be appropriate. But from a mitigation standpoint, there were no improvements that were required.
Council President's got a question.
Thank you. So my question, I recognize and read the recommendation that ACHD did finally provide. However, our requirements are that these at an activity center, that we look at a street typology from the Livable Streets Design Guide, which includes a lot more than just the movement of cars through an intersection. It includes pedestrian movement, it includes bike movement, it includes traffic calming and other things. And as I understand it, I can't find any evidence that this site was ever reviewed for those aspects of the transportation system.
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I'm not aware of that specific review either. And so I would suggest that that is an appropriate thing for us to include within the design review, and we're open to your comments on that as well. We do have the condition of approval that's included in the staff's report here for the detached sidewalk for the frontage improvements in that way. But it sounds like you're looking for something even a little further than that on the streets.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Want to touch on the parking that's provided, both from a bike parking standpoint and the car parking standpoint. We have been able to add, and we're kind of excited actually about that, to add some additional bike parking here. And as Celine noted, we can get up to the 550 bike spaces here on the project, which is much more than is required or where it's even recommended. For car parking, based on the current plans under your code, 264 spaces would be required. And although we didn't request it here, I want to note that your code also allows for projects like this, a multifamily where you're on an arterial and have a bus stop, a 30% parking reduction. And part of what allows that here is the fact that we have the structured parking with at least 60% parking in the podium structure. So that would entitle us to 30% less parking, which would take us down to a required number of 184. But because we met your standards without needing that reduction, we haven't requested that here. We do feel that being adjacent to the campus, we won't have much need for any more parking than we are required to have under your code. And that's also based on the research that has been done of the market and specific studies with the students, and also the experience that the company has across the country. We will carefully monitor that parking as we charge a monthly rate for that. And so as each space is allocated to a renter, then that is tracked. And if somehow all of the spaces were allocated and there were still units to be rented, which is an experience we don't expect to have, but in that case, a renter would be told that they cannot have a car here, and they would know that before they made a choice to move in here. So it's carefully controlled. Access to the garage is also controlled with only those who have a permitted parking space. We think this is consistent with the city's policies that have encouraged transportation plans that do not orient around vehicle use. We have several transportation alternatives built into the design here. Of course, location is the most important. We've also got the VRT bus stop. We are close to the Boise State University shuttle with our bike parking and hopefully a continued bike program in the city soon. We will also have a scooter share here with docked charging stations in our garage to facilitate all of the alternative transportation uses that students may want and are utilizing around this campus. Just want to briefly touch on some of the design. I'm not going to go through the history of design changes, but I'll just note that the building has been reduced from comments from the neighbors and city staff from an original 5 stories to 3 stories. The parking was moved underground to be structured parking. We've moved the condensing units off of the roof. We've changed the color of the roof. We've taken a lot of measures to reduce lights to make sure that our neighbors that are above us are not in any way impacted by the building here. The goal was a pedestrian-friendly feel along the streetscape, and I think they've really done a great job in achieving that. The architects worked hard to create an undulating facade along Boise Avenue that is engaging and activated. The building has large active glass facades at the ground plane that run down the edge of the street, highlighting the transparency and views into and out of the building along the edge. Different colors and tones and textures of materials at the base really bring that pedestrian experience down to the ground. We've located the primary building amenities in the northeast corner. That includes a fitness room, game rooms, lounges, lobbies, student activity areas. We'll also have a micro market and a coffee bar. In the center of the plan, as Celine already noted, you'll see the large courtyards. So just to wrap up, we are really close on the conditions of approval with what's been recommended by staff. The height is a small difference from what's been recommended. And the reason is that as we've condensed the building down far, we have gotten down to 3 stories, but given the slope that is on the site and the way that the city measures height from the lowest point on the site, just to accommodate one corner of the entire building, we need to have the building height at 37 feet and the parapets and mechanical rooftop appurtenances at 42. The condition proposed by staff accommodates the other 3 corners, but it's just this one low point. On the density, we're in agreement on the floor area ratio. Staff recommended 1.5. We're asking for a minor amount of flexibility there to have 1.56. 1.5, fits the number of bedrooms, and you already have that cap here to really control this size of the building. But we would like the flexibility in the final design to be able to provide really nice amenities and to have some flexibility with that architecture to expand those amenities without adding any units, because that has been capped. And all of the other conditions of approval recommended by staff, some of which we've already talked about with the car parking and the bike parking, we are in agreement on. And as to the trees, there was some discussion about that. We are fully accepting of the condition of approval that has been offered for that. We will mitigate those trees. That is typically a part of design review discussion. And Council President Clegg, I know you had some comments about wanting to weigh in on that, and we welcome your input on that. If you have some specific comments that you'd like for us to consider in the site plan as to trees, we'd love to have that discussion with you. In sum, we feel that this project is compliant with your rezone criteria at a minimum, compliant with the comprehensive plan and in the best interest of the public welfare, maintains compatibility with the surrounding zoning and development. But more importantly, it's a needed and beautiful building that will provide student housing in an area that will be well utilized, activate a corner that will benefit from this type of use here and this type of activity, and help pull some of those students out of the surrounding neighborhoods. So with that, we'd stand for any further questions you may have.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, couple things. One, I appreciate the below ground bike parking indoors. I know that makes a huge difference for theft as well as maintenance. I do have it, and I also appreciate your tenants assistance package. I do have just a couple of questions about that, and I apologize if you went over this and I missed it. So the way that I see it outlined is that once the building is constructed, residents have the ability to keep that affordable housing rate for 3 years. That's correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Halliburton.
And I don't know if you outlined this, and again, and if I missed it, but is there a plan on what happens at the end of those 3 years? Does it go up to the market rate at that point? Is it something that happens gradually? Is it something that's extended? How does that look at the end of 3 years?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, that's a great question. And no, in the interest of time, I didn't get into that level of detail, so you didn't miss it. No, it is for 3 years, and after that point, it would return to market rent. And so the existing tenant would have the opportunity to stay, or they would have the opportunity to move out.
And Madam Mayor, if I could just have one more follow-up question there. So is the intention there is to give them some extra time to find either replacement housing or extra time to find the ability to pay that extra amount in a 3-year period of time? Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, that's right. It's part of lessening the impact of the transition. And so our expectation is that tenants may or may not want to come back, but if they do, then this would offer them a compatible rent. Actually, it's very comparable to what they're paying now, but they'll be in a new building that's amenitized, and maybe that will be appealing to them or not, but at least they have that as an option. And so it's part of the overall package to give them a variety of things to choose from. And since our rents would be higher at market rate than they are paying now, we wanted to give them the opportunity to have at least that 3-year period at the reduced rent. It's a stopgap measure to help them. We're not trying to provide permanent housing at that rate. This is to help these tenants with transition, and also really in partnership with the city of Boise and your evolving and growing efforts to provide more affordable housing. I know that the city has a lot of plans to introduce more opportunities for that to be a widespread commitment through town. And so we think that we're providing a nice partnership with the city to address these concerns in the interim.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I do have one more follow-up question there. I appreciate your thorough answer there. There were 10 units that you identified. In the packet, it looked like there was 17 folks who are currently housed there. Is the reason that the number 10 came up was because there were 10 people who vocalized interest in potentially moving back versus the 17 number?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, we have committed to provide 17 if all 17 existing tenants want to come back. And so if they all want to come, we will provide 17 units at that price. And I will say that the price tag on that is considerably more than I suggested before at 10. Now we're getting up into close to $500,000 of expense. And so, but if they don't want to come back, say there's less than 10, somewhere between 0 and 10, then we will still offer 10 units at least to help share this benefit with the community.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Deb, do you happen to know the expected useful life of this building if it's not torn down or demolished?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajent, I think that there is no life left. There is some comments from the landowner in the record that talks about deferred maintenance going on for many years, and I think they use the phrase that it has outlived its economic life. It is a deteriorating building.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Deb, a couple more questions. I appreciate your discussion about the density at activity centers. A couple of other locational criteria at activity centers, and one of those is that there be a mix of uses up to 25,000 square feet at a neighborhood activity center. Currently, there's only 4,000 square feet of other uses besides residential in this particular activity center, and that new uses provide new services that aren't currently available in the immediate area. You mentioned that there'd be a coffee area. Is that going to be open to the public, or is that just for tenants?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, it is intended for residents, but we are open to it being open to the public as a grab and go in case there are other students in the vicinity that are walking by and pass this building on their way to campus. They could come in and use not just the coffee shop, but also the micro market as well.
And are you open to other kinds of service uses such as salons or so forth that students would also be likely to need?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, that's not what we've determined is a good use of this site. And so no, not at this time, that's not planned. And that's not without careful study. These guys have talked to commercial brokers to see what type of retail uses could be integrated, because they have done that in other projects with success. But it has to be a corner that will support that. And you can see from some of the prior efforts here with the old Maverick and other commercial uses that they were not able to find new commercial uses there to take over. So the information that we were able to gather from this research that CDG gathered didn't support that kind of use. Instead, what was really needed here was more housing, that there was an intense demand for student housing here to fill that need, which also meets the purposes and goals within that same neighborhood activity center description, because the arterial roads and the transit, all those things that help support mixed uses are also great for higher density residential as well. So we do have it is small retail component, but we think that it's better to have something that doesn't take away from the vibrancy, given the market research and given even more pressures on commercial and retail components in this day and age. The last thing we want is a corner that can't get a tenant that takes away from the vibrancy and activation here.
Thank you. One other question. Our criteria also ask for a range of residential uses. This entire corner at this point is student housing, and there are a range of residential needs in this area: professor housing, maintenance workers, other essential workers at BSU, graduate students who have very few options. Has your client considered adding a range of housing and not just one type of housing other than these 10 units that you'll make available to current tenants?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, we are providing a variety of housing in the sense that we are providing a unit mix here. And so from the number of bedrooms mixes, we feel that is providing some variety here. Understand, though, your point that this is still targeted as student housing. So we will not be the end-all solution for all housing needs. But I would suggest that this area is already supporting more than its fair share of student housing mixed into those other types of residential units, market rate apartments and single-family homes that have really been overrun by students. And so by pulling some of these students out of that type of housing and putting them into purpose-built student housing, we feel that we're going to open up more of that variety where even a graduate student, as you mentioned, might want to be, or a professional may want to be, that they're going to find a different location that they prefer than on this site. Given the size of this site and the way we've condensed down the height in response to other concerns, it does not lend itself to any other building types. We are right next door to townhomes, and on the other side of us is market rate apartments. And so you do have a little variety within that, but would still suggest that this particular need that we're serving here is great in this location.
Thank you.
All right, Deb, it looks like that's it for now.
Thank
Done.
you.
Thank you. We move into the next. Good? You guys good to keep going? It's another 20 minutes. All right. Fred, I think it's you for the neighborhood association.
May I unmask?
Yes. Oh, and this is the other part of my field trip instructions. If, when you're up here, there's some hand sanitizer and wipes, if you want to wipe the microphone after you use it, if you unmask for the next, so it's clean for the next person. But yeah, they're right to the right here. But yes, you
Okay.
may when you get up
All
here.
right, thank you. Well, that feels better. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Fred Fritchman, representing the Southeast Neighborhood Association. I live at 1321 Denver Avenue, a block and a half south of Boise's State's East Expansion area. The SENA board has voted to oppose this rezone and project. Two major reasons stand out. First, the zoning and project are wildly incompatible with the low and medium density uses adjacent to it. Single-family homes to the south and a townhome development to the west. Boise's residential office zone property can be found mainly in downtown areas and along the river, far from lower density residential uses. As I mentioned at the February planning and zoning hearing, I could find no location in the city of Boise where RO zoned property touched R1 property. They are simply too different from each other. One is basically a high-rise residential zone and the other for small lot, detached single-family homes. So the rezone would not satisfy the requirement that compatibility of surrounding zoning and development would be preserved and maintained. Second, the comprehensive plan envisions the Protest and Boise Avenue intersection as a neighborhood activity center. This project provides no mix of uses that actually serve the neighborhood. Construction of this project will foreclose, probably forever, the possibility to realize a true mixed-use activity center that will serve neighbors as a walkable gathering area with services. Big Judd's, Cricket's Bar, and Tobacco Connection are useful businesses, but to truly activate this location requires a greater mix of businesses. With the approval of this rezone and construction of the student housing project, we can say goodbye to the possibility of a Hyde Park or Bound Crossing effect at that intersection. There will not be mixed use there, but mostly just one use, student housing. The Identity Project represented a lost opportunity to activate the street with businesses serving neighbors, and this project does too. The CDG housing is a highly urban, high occupancy project that fits in better with similar housing in the Lusk District, downtown or along the river, which are also virtually as close to campus as the subject property. Student housing projects differ in character from a typical multifamily apartment building. They are more like a college dormitory where many students bunk in one unit, 4 or 5 beds per unit in this complex. Existing projects like this in Boise also are characterized by a high level of loud late night activity and coming and going at all hours. This type of activity is not compatible with the lower density housing nearby, especially with CDG's proposed 3 open courtyards, one with a swimming pool. On a personal level, I wonder how beneficial it is for students and for the community to create off-campus housing like this exclusively for college students. Would it be better to create true multifamily housing where college students have to live side by side with families and the elderly and learn how to get along and respect the rights and needs of their neighbors? I live in a neighborhood with many college students, most of whom are great neighbors, but there are just enough who aren't to make a dent in livability. I've also heard from neighbors of Identity and the Lusk projects about the negative impacts those projects have on their peace. The very best place for dorms is on campus, where the neighborhood consists only of other students. Boise State has successfully attracted thousands of out-of-state students who need places to live. Perhaps the university should shoulder more responsibility for housing them. There will always be a demand for housing for Boise State students. It is not the responsibility of the established adjacent lower density neighborhoods to satisfy that demand by accepting incompatible high occupancy private dormitories being carved into them. Neighbors of this proposed project have every right to expect that redevelopment of these parcels will be compatible with their homes and will provide amenities and services that benefit them, not just Boise State students. Sure, Boise State is an economic driver, as are the students who attend, and a project like this means more property taxes. But what kind of a city are we going to create together? One in which we truly cherish the character of our existing neighborhoods, or one in which we disregard our civic blueprint as developers seize every opportunity to profit at the expense of that character? This project does not serve the neighborhood and therefore does not truly benefit the city. About 1 million years ago, I studied art at Boise State, and one of the tenets I still remember is that for a drawing to be beautiful, the lines that make up that drawing must also be beautiful. For our city to be vibrant and healthy, our component neighborhoods must be healthy as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Fritchman? Did you guys study art together at the same time?
What's that?
Did the two of you study art
Well,
together
I
at
was
the
going to
same
say
time?
1 million years is a long time ago, but I
At
seem to
least 40
remember it.
years.
That's what tipped me off to maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Fred. So I appreciate your comments. And, you know, the Lusk District, which you mentioned, went through a master planning process before the student-focused housing, or at least most of it, was built. And as part of that process, some other things were built into the plan, including developing Lusk Street itself as more of a main street and not one that was focused. My memory is that while we've done a lot of planning around the BSU campus and in your neighborhood, we've really never tackled this particular corner and done any planning as an activity center. Is my memory correct, or has something else happened?
I believe you're correct.
And if such a process were to take place, I think you indicated that the neighborhood really does believe that there are retail uses that would be beneficial, that would be used and could be filled. Do you have anything to back that up?
I guess I would just say that I've become acquainted with some of the neighbors who are opposing this project, and that subject has come up frequently, that they would love to have some of these places that they could walk to instead of driving to. I mean, there are those three establishments that I mentioned in the immediate area, and Albertsons, you know, Way, and then Broadway. But as far as for the folks who live right in that neighborhood, there are very few things that are close.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, one follow-up question or additional question, if I might. Fred, you mentioned that the RO zone is incompatible because of the adjacent R1, and I think in a normal topographical plane, I would agree with you, but in this case, there's a 50-foot height difference between where this is being proposed and where that single-family neighborhood is. Do you believe that that makes any difference in the type of use that might be appropriate on this site, even though there is, by law and by property line, an adjacent R1 zone?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I think the applicant has modified the design of the building so that it is more in scale and perhaps less of an intrusion visually into the neighborhood. I think what strikes me is simply the number of people who are going to be occupying this, the character that it will be student housing next to lower density. And I think it's less the physical form and just the intensity of the use that is, I think is incompatible with what's next to it. Does that answer your question?
It does. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll do the sanitizing thing.
Thank you, appreciate it. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break. It's been just about an hour and a half. And next we move into individuals that are here to testify. So I think that this is a good breaking point. So we'll be back. Has it started? All right, I think we'll go ahead and start coming back together. I'd like to hear from, there are a couple people by Zoom that we want to hear from, and that's the Drainage District in Boise State. But before we do that, I realize I should just check in with council to see if there are any questions for Celine, for Rhiannon, who's here on the housing piece. We've got ACHD on Zoom.
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start with Celine. So what's before us tonight is a proposal for an RO zone, which is a residential office zone. And these are designed to provide buffers between higher density commercial and residential areas, and to facilitate mixed use development. One of the standards is that they may only be approved as part of a larger mixed use project of principally allowed uses. And so although no more than 30% of the particular project gross floor area may be mixed use, how is that standard met if there is no other use in this?
Go ahead.
Is that, sorry, that wasn't
Yeah,
on
we
for a
can hear
second. Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I think that's a great question. We've certainly seen RO as a zoning district within more of the activity centers around the city. You know, the primary uses are residential and office. Ideally, it came about as kind of a transition from downtown uses into the neighborhoods, but we've started to see it more in different activity centers. You can still have a mix of uses. You know, for activity centers, it doesn't have to be a mix of uses on a specific site, but a mix of uses within the activity center itself. And obviously the activity center could be quarter mile, half mile, even larger than that or smaller, depending on the site and location. I would say that the intense use that it's buffering would be Boise State and its campus, and then the single family homes along the bench.
Yeah. So that's a great segue into my next question, which is we have the Boise State Master Plan, we have the Lusk Street Master Plan, both of which were done recognizing that there was intense pressure for more student housing. To date, we don't have anything in the planning realm that identifies that kind of a use, especially south of Boise Avenue. Would it be more appropriate to do a activity center plan before we considered something like this?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I think it's certainly something that we should be looking at throughout the city as we change and as we grow. I think the hard thing is that kind of plan, that kind of study was not done or not in effect before the application was submitted last October. Not saying that there's not warrant for it, but there isn't anything for this specific site. I will say that there is other student housing projects outside of Boise State's campus throughout the city, or at least, you know, around Boise State, whether it's smaller developments, you know, single family homes being rented out by the room or duplexes, and then larger developments like what we see at Eagle Point or Identity just across the street. So there's a mix there.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Do have a question of Rhiannon, unless somebody else has one for Celine.
You can just go through. Oh, wait, do you have a follow-up to that?
I follow up, kind of related, kind of not.
All right.
I can wait.
No, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, it was brought up by both Deb and Fred, that this is a neighborhood activity center and the density that goes within the comprehensive plan. And so it states that 8 to 16 units per acre, but may be higher if designed in accordance with design principles in Blueprint Boise. And then is it to my understanding that that's not for the specific unit itself? That's not the intention in Blueprint Boise to say that it's 8 to 16 units in that development, but it's the general area as an average overall. Am I understanding that correctly?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I was going to call you Council President for a second. That,
No.
that is correct. It is for the overall activity center, not site-specific per development.
And Madam Mayor, to follow up, and I hate to kind of like go back in time and to make any sort of assumption. So is it Commissioner Gillespie's understanding of that as well? Or it seems like he cited specifically that this wasn't compatible with the 18 to 16 units. So is that interpreted differently from the Planning and Zoning Commission?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, it was Commissioner Gillespie's comments during deliberation that it should have been site-specific. The planning team's never seen it like that before. Although I don't believe, at least in my time here, that we've ever talked about it in that grade of detail by density. We do have our activity center almanac now. We're trying to focus more on providing an activity, active center for these different areas around town. So we are focusing more on that moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rhiannon. If I could ask a couple of questions of you. So I really appreciate that developers offer to do tenant assistance and also to provide at least temporarily some housing at reduced rates for those tenants that might be losing their housing if this were approved. What other programs does the city have that might be able to augment that or make that more longer term or maybe a little bit higher number of units than the 10?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I'm not entirely sure that we do have any existing programs. One of the parts of this that's unique is that absent of a federal requirement under the Uniform Relocation Act, there is no expectation of developers offering this kind of a package to ensure that longer term transition when a project is going through displacement, demolition, and then reconstruction. Certainly over the last few years, there's been projects in which developers knowingly have tenants, but we haven't necessarily seen them rise to the occasion to offer anything comparable or even proactively to ensure that those current tenants are able to be taken care of, not only at the time of the acquisition to then start the project, but then carry through up to that 3 years. So really it's a much longer period of time. So absent of that federal requirement, we don't really have any programs at this point in time to assist in making that an even longer transition.
And what about the housing authority if this developer were willing to offer a certain number of units that were eligible to voucher holders, recognizing that the current tenants of the project that are being displaced are not voucher holders? Would that be something that would allow them to actually collect full rent, if I understand that correctly, while still housing folks who might need it?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, if the households are income eligible and meet the requirements of any of the Section 8 housing, VASH vouchers, all of the programs that are out there, it would seem reasonable so long as the developer property owner is willing to accept those, that may be an avenue. But again, I'm not in a position to speak on the housing authority and or their vouchers. We're partners under the HUD umbrella, but we certainly support each other, but I can't speak to all of the technical nuances of their program.
Sure, I appreciate that. And then I have a couple of questions of Ryan Head. Ryan, I think you're online.
I am, Madam Mayor, Council President.
Good evening. How are you? It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Thank you. So 2 questions. One, this particular intersection has 2 very important bikeway connections, the Boise Avenue connection that ends up coming down to Capitol Boulevard and then down to the Greenbelt, ultimately down Capitol to downtown, and then the connection up the hill on Protest. In your analysis of this project, did you look at those, the impact that the additional traffic might have on those bikeways, and what, if any, accommodations, adjustments should be made to those bikeways to make sure that they're still safe.
Madam Mayor, Council President, I don't know that a particular analysis was done in connection with this development related to those bikeways. I can tell you we already have a buffered bike lane on Protest Hill. So plus there was as far as I understand it, the pathway going up the hill was constructed with land and water conservation funds. So that path, the 10-foot path that's there, will maintain in perpetuity. The intent is that this would continue and then turn, the bikeway coming down the hill would then turn at Lincoln and go up to University. So there, it is really just that short section right through the intersection. Additionally, Boise Avenue is identified for a level 2 type facility, which is a bike lane, which does exist in this location. But obviously there's some conversation that could be had regarding how low stress it may be. So that would be an ongoing conversation we would have as we look at restriping the road or other things in this location.
Thank you. And then secondly, pedestrians, it would be likely, especially if students or others live in this location that would be using Boise State, that we'd have a lot more pedestrian crossings of Boise Avenue here, and likely of protest as well. Potentially a warrant for a crossing west of the project for those who might be headed to that side of the campus. Did you analyze what might need to be done to make those crossings safer?
I'm sorry, your question kind of cut out as you were talking, and I missed some of the middle part of your question. I thought I had it, but now that you asked the question, I'm not sure I did.
That's okay. I'll repeat. I'll try to be a little more succinct. So pedestrian crossings, making them safer, recognizing the demand to get to campus, both east and west.
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I cannot say that that analysis was done with this development. We would look at it as we look at the neighborhood plan in the area again, which is coming up in the next couple of years, where we would review that. And I can't tell you if there are other improvements, but I do believe that I understand what your perspective is in terms of the connection there across Boise Avenue and then up to campus, that there would be a higher push. I know there was a review of a request for a enhanced pedestrian crossing near this intersection, but it was considered too close to the existing signalized intersection. I don't know if that answered your question, but
No, that helps a lot. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right, now we will move in. I said we'd do the room first, but we're going to continue with agency folks first, and then we'll have people in the room. So Ryan Armbruster or Stephen Perry, I've got you both listed, but one is backup. So although Stephen Perry in the room, you're here. So are you speaking instead of Ryan, or is Ryan speaking also?
I know who Ryan Armbruster is, but we haven't.
Oh, interesting. I had it listed as you being backup, so that's all I asked. Let me see if Ryan, are you on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, great. Why doesn't Ryan go ahead since he's queued up, and then Stephen, I'll have you go, and then Drew Alexander from Boise State, if you'll just be ready to go after Mr. Perry, that'd be great. Ryan, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the little confusion is that it's actually Steve Sweet who is here as a backup for Drainage District number 3, as opposed to Steve Perry.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem. Madam Mayor, members of council, for the record, my name is Ryan Armbruster, an attorney at Elam and Burke, P.O. Box 1539, Boise, Idaho 83701. Thank you for the opportunity to testify briefly here this evening. And many thanks to Celine and her staff for compiling a great deal of information and coordinating tonight's meeting. Elam and Burke has represented the interests of Ada County Drainage District number 3 currently, and has done so for many decades. We previously provided the Planning and Zoning Commission a detailed description of the drainage district, its legal status, powers, and authority, which are part of the record. As mentioned in that material, Drainage District number 3 typically does not comment on rezones, but because of the issue raised about the drainage facility which meanders through the site, we felt it important to provide those comments. In light of the amount of time and the number of folks that want to testify, I will be very brief. We, since the Planning and Zoning Commission, have met on several occasions with the developer. In our record letter that we've submitted, we have provided you an update as to the status of those discussions with the applicant and the intent of DD3 and the applicant to move forward under a proposed drainage agreement, which has been approved subject to several conditions and resolution of certain specifics concerning the development. Much like the proposed development agreement between the city and the applicant, the drainage agreement would bind the applicant to various obligations concerning the realignment, relocation, burial, and installation of a new drainage facility, which would handle the current drainage flowing through the district stream currently and the drainage to be generated from this proposed development. We also want to reaffirm the district's position that it does have the statutory and legal authority to consider and ultimately approve the details of the current drainage conditions and the proposed new development. As stated in our material, the request by the applicant is not substantively different than what the district addresses on development projects throughout the boundaries. When DD3 considers those types of requests, it does consider those in conjunction with our position as a permittee under the NPDES permit. You have been provided material concerning the current conditions, a letter by Mr. Perry, and an observation report from the developer, which was also commented by Steve Sweet. Thank you. Those conditions really moving forward are very untenable. Should this project move forward as proposed, we do look forward to the prospect of a new drainage facility, which would update and improve the current facility as it traverses through the property. And we are moving forward with those discussions. Prepared to respond to any other questions you may have. I will zoom out and monitor the rest of the proceedings online. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ryan? No. So, Mr. Perry, are you with the drainage district, or did we have that wrong on this list?
I'm the managing partner for the owner of the property.
Okay, great. So before, I'm just doing agencies right now, so I just had you listed as the wrong party. So we'll call you up as soon as we start doing room people. And then, thank you. Drew, are you online?
Madam Mayor, he is online, but he's still muted. I'm trying to unmute him.
All right, Drew, we're trying to unmute you.
Hi, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Drew Alexander, and I'm representing Boise State University, 1910 University Drive, Boise, Idaho 83725. I'm also joined by Randy McDermott, Boise State's Chief Operating Officer, and Christy Jordan, the Director of Capital Planning and Space Management. We will remain in the meeting and are happy to answer any questions the university may be able to help with. Please note that these comments aren't directed exclusively at the city of Boise or the developer. We know that the concerns illuminated in our letter are complicated and require multiple collaborators, and the university views itself as part of that equation. As in the letter, I would like to emphasize two key areas. First, the safety of residents who live in these large-scale projects, and second, opportunities for focused joint planning efforts for areas near Boise State's campus. Over the past 10 years, no fewer than 5 large-scale projects like this have been constructed near Boise State, either in the Lusk District or along Beacon Street and Boise Avenue. These are downtown-scale developments with downtown housing densities, but lacking downtown pedestrian infrastructure. In Lusk, for example, pedestrian counts from 2016 along Capitol Boulevard displayed nearly 1 million crossings of the corridor each year. Yet several blocks in that area still lack basic sidewalks and hundreds of students continue to walk or bike in the middle of streets as they travel to and from campus. Near this project, the Identity student housing apartments were constructed a short time ago, which relied exclusively on the signalized crossing in Boise Avenue in protest for safety. Today, though, we observe high levels of dangerous jaywalking at the Oakland Avenue Beacon Street intersection due to building ingress egress near that location. A final example, but a different example, is the new Albertsons on Broadway. It too has spurred a tremendous amount of jaywalking across the Beacon Street corridor. A pedestrian study was also not part of its review and approval. Those leery of additional pedestrian infrastructure amenities near student housing at times respond by saying, these are adults, they can find and use the nearest crossing. But is that the same mindset we apply in other areas with similar densities? Or is that even the type of environment we want for pedestrians in our thriving downtown? The fact of the matter is that concentration of pedestrians moving to and from these projects are higher than many other parts of Boise's downtown planning area, but with less infrastructure to support their travel. For a fast comparison, this development is proposing 196 units. The Gibson, one of the new multifamily developments downtown at 5th and Idaho, has approximately 81 units, but finds itself surrounded by signalized and safe pedestrian crossings. Our recommendation is simple: to work with developers and relevant review agencies to assess the full sphere of transportation impacts, not just for automobiles. We know through experience that the vast majority of cars parked in student housing facilities are stationary for extended periods of time. The true transportation impacts come from those on foot or on non-motorized options, which should be equally important. If not constructed alongside developments like this, responsibility ultimately finds its way back to the university to solve. I will say we did not have a chance to review the ACHD report at the time we submitted our letter.
Drew,
Yes.
sorry, your time beeped.
I'm over. Oh no.
It's on Zoom, it's so hard to know. I imagine, there might be a couple questions for you. Yeah, Council President has some questions probably to follow up on what you were just talking about.
Thank you, Drew. You speak to a question I just asked ACHD. As you've done the master planning for campus, you've not looked south of Boise Avenue to date. And so there really isn't any master planning for either pedestrian infrastructure or other infrastructure south of Boise Avenue. Is that correct?
That's, Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
We do, I will say we do have a pedestrian crossing that was identified on the master plan that we recently completed on Beacon, but not in this area.
Okay. Secondly, given some of the changes that have happened recently as a result of the decision not to go forward with baseball, I believe there is some land available on campus that might be a good spot for housing. Is there, does Boise State have the resources to develop that land, or is there any plans or interest in your part to go forward with some kind of partnership to get that developed to add housing in that area?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I will say that we recently wrapped up a housing market analysis of our own, and we're now transitioning into more of what we're calling an action plan. I will say that we open to several options with that research that we're doing, and hopefully populating that action plan with some firm recommendations. That being said, any or all areas of campus are being explored, and we'll be taking a look at that area that you mentioned where the baseball project was previously proposed.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks for giving us that rundown, Drew, on your concerns. I'm wondering, as I'm looking at this site's location as it pertains to campus, are you concerned that the residents would jaywalk on Boise Avenue or across Boise Avenue or across Beacon? Or as you're looking at the map, what areas of concern do you see? Madam
Mayor, Councilmember Woodings, our are concerned about Boise Avenue. And I believe Council President Clegg referenced that a lot of Boise State's campus is westward of here, northwest that is, and we know that pedestrian behavior will encourage movement out these doors that direction. The existing situation is that not only does sidewalk run out at Joyce Street to the west, but there are no additional crossings, no painted crosswalks that we're aware of even. And that's just behavior that we're going to see. And it's that jaywalking that worries us so much at the moment.
Madam Mayor, follow up. So your kind of point of concern is there at Joyce Street. Are there any sidewalks or any other pedestrian facilities down Joyce to campus? That's within your master planning area, so.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Whittings, the north side of Joyce or Boise Avenue does have sidewalks. The south side of Boise Avenue has gaps. There is a large section though north of Boise Avenue that remains neighborhood. It's not part of our master plan at the moment. And particularly as you move west of Joyce Street. We own a property at Joyce Street and then some student housing across from this project, but crossings along that corridor further west would technically be outside of where we currently have the ability to master plan.
I apologize, I see that now. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, real quick follow-up. Drew, good to hear from you. So I'm looking up at the map right now, and I'm looking at the Eagle Point Apartments, which seems like a similar focused type of development. I know there's a lot of students that live there. I'm wondering if you know of issues that you're currently having with pedestrian and bicycle interactions with that intersection at the Eagle Point Apartments.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I'm looking at a map to kind of confirm which apartment complex you're referencing. I would imagine, I'm not recalling any recent observations. I would imagine students from there are possibly jaywalking Boise Avenue at Oakland Avenue. And then what we are seeing an abundance of is at that Oakland Avenue Beacon Street intersection where there is no signalized infrastructure at all. There's a very high level of jaywalking occurring at that location, and similar to the Theater Lane crossing on University Drive, we're so worried about there's a curve leading up to that, which sort of exacerbates the issue.
So I'll just jump in here. So we drilled down pretty closely on some streets, but Drew, and hi Randy, and I can't remember who else you said was with you, Krista maybe. The point you're trying to make, and I think Council President picked up on, was that given the size of the proposed project and the activity in the area, you would recommend that as a city and with other agencies, we look to fuller traffic and mobility studies to really determine pedestrian safety and the impact of people in this area moving northwards towards campus that would be brought in from this development as proposed or others like it.
That's exactly right, Madam Mayor. We hope that there's an opportunity still to do that if this happens to be approved and goes to design review. Kind of following along with the conversation, it seems like more of an ACHD conversation will happen at that time. But that really is one of the key concerns we have with the project, and hopes that we might be able to weigh in more on that type of infrastructure.
All right, great. Thank you for that. Other questions? No. Okay. So that's the last agency that I had listed. So now we will start to go through the list. Steve Perry, you are first on the here signed up early, but also here in person list. So come on up. And when everybody gets here, I know I already talked about the cleaning piece for when you leave. Please give us your name and address so that it can be transcribed into the record.
Mayor McLean, members of the council. My name is Stephen Perry. I reside at 2602 North Terrace Way, Boise, Idaho, 83702. I'm one of the managing partners of Brassy Properties. 6 or 7 years ago, Brassy Properties, basically the children of Vernon and Isabel Brassy, made the conscious decision that we wanted to get out of the landlord business. We didn't want to be property owners on properties that have month-to-month tenancies. CDG was the fourth group to come to us unsolicited. We hadn't even made the decision to sell. We had made the decision that sometime in the near future we were going to put the property on the market. But in the fall of 2018, CDG was the fourth entity to make us a written offer. The first three we rejected in that we did not feel comfortable with the partnership that one goes through. With CDG, we've been very pleased. We have been under contract with CDG for 23 months now. The tenants of the Boise, the Reidenbaugh Place Apartments have had notice of our contract with CDG for at least 18 months. Everything that we have asked of CDG, they have provided, and I think we have worked well together, and I think the relocation package is a prime example. Quickly, the Maverick lease ended on December 31st of this past year. Originally, we were just selling the apartments to CDG. When the height limitations came up, they came to us and wanted to also expand into the Maverick site. I have grave concern if the two sites aren't combined. How are you going to go back and reestablish a commercial site there with the two approaches within the area influence on the intersection? Meaning those two approaches that were built in 1982 and 1983 are just too close to the intersection. They would never be approved today. And I have no idea what grandfather rights we may have.
30-second warning.
Quickly, the proposal is that there are 5 approaches to this property now. 2 commercial, 3 on the Boise Avenue side. 4 of the approaches are being closed. Ada County Highway District, the only condition approval they required was pay the impact fees. This was something that was approved at the staff level. If you look at the Ada County Highway District report. One further point I want to make.
It's just quickly, please.
Pardon?
Quickly, please.
Thank you. The Boise State University had made a couple of proposals to CDG about how to improve the safety. One, the crosswalk, another, some medians. CDG in turn proposed that to ACHD. ACHD in the staff report turned those down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much, sir. Okay, we have Tammy McMillan.
I'm going to wipe this down real quick first.
Of course, yeah.
Can I wait until some of my other tenants talk? Because I'm not sure what they're going to be talking about on
Sure.
points, and then I'll cover what they don't.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yep. John Bertram. Oh, shoot.
We don't have a garbage.
I guess-
Want me to just set them right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. We'll find a little garbage can.
I was going to give hers.
Mayor, council members, John Bertram.
Hi, John.
1 West Parkview Place, on the bench. I encourage you to deny this rezone, this massive 541 bed, 264-car student complex overwhelms the neighborhood and does not fit the site. Its bulky design crowds Boise Avenue and will significantly increase traffic and parking congestion as well as pedestrian conflicts. Worse, the project requires excavating a portion of the bench hillside, installing a 30-plus foot concrete retaining wall. Worse yet, it undergrounds and paves over the Bub Canal, formerly the historic mill ditch, an open waterway that is critical. It's a critical element for the wildlife and natural beauty. Most threatening, it demolishes existing affordable housing, displaces people and families. I hope you had a chance to read my detailed letter, as well as what came before the mill's history of the area. As a planner and historian, I'm enamored by the 24-unit Reidenbaugh Place apartments. It offers an especially wonderful, affordable living environment facing a lush courtyard. Its ingenious plan provides covered vehicle parking out the back doors and with its own access off Boise Avenue. The natural aesthetic site features an oasis of heavy tree cover, pathways, and 2 bridges over the Bub Canal. This site has opened our eyes to what can exist along the bench slope and canal area. This is a unique Boise place and must be protected. Let's look at the big picture. I encourage the city of Boise to initiate a review of the Boise bench topography and of rims and slopes. These rim corridors are a defining piece of Boise landscape and provide natural vegetation, tree canopy, wildlife, and plant habitat. Hillside ridges and slopes create a corridor for wildlife, and greenery provides oxygen. As proposed, this project decimates the entire site, eliminating mature trees and healthy vegetation. This would be a major blow to our city's program of increasing tree density and cleansing and cooling of the air. A study of Boise's benches would allow time to better understand their topography and identify unique bench opportunities. We owe it to the citizens of Boise to consider the appropriate care of the bench hillsides. We have a greenbelt plan. Let's prepare a bench corridor plan. As identified by Blueprint Boise, this site is part of the Neighborhood Activity Center. With no mixed use, this project spoils the opportunity to create a desirable small neighborhood
30-second warning.
Which could excel with well-designed mixed-use retail and residential. Please give our neighborhood groups, the city and BSU, an opportunity to help shape and create an active pedestrian mixed-use area with a variety of service. This area also possesses an incredible history that can be brought back through cultural awareness. Please deny this rezone. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have John Starr. Oh, thanks, John.
Thank you. I'm John Starr, 6474 North Hillsborough Place, Boise. Time only works in the one direction, and that's forward. We don't have the Day apple orchards anymore, and we don't have the Davis Hay Farm. So what we're proposing, what the client has proposed on this site is a suitable use for the neighborhood. The questions of zoning and so forth are, of course, your responsibility. One of the things, the 2 main issues that we see are that the single-family residential area that's bound by Beacon and Boise Avenue, west of Broadway, is constrained in its ability to perform as a residential family neighborhood. It's constrained because the demand for student housing in that area is so great. Projects like this are going to continue to alleviate those pressures that that neighborhood feels when they have to make the choice between renting the homes to students and making those homes available to families. This is one of your goals, and projects like this address that goal. The other thing is activating the neighborhood as a commercial center, as a commercial neighborhood center. The main thing that is needed for that, despite the transportation issues and the cars and so forth, is people on their feet. This is a kind of project that addresses putting people on their feet in that area. Those two goals are your long-term goals that have been stated on a number of occasions. And this is one of those developments that really supports those long-term goals. Getting cars off the street in terms of parking, making the homes available to single-family home dwellers rather than the students that rent them today. Stand for questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like you're good. Thanks, John. Sue Chu.
Well, thank you, John, for helping me with the this kind of thing. It's kind of new with this COVID. It's so different. Madam Mayor and President Council and all of you here in the council. I'm really glad to be here live. This electronic stuff is really difficult. You know, when I was driving down over here, I come down a big hill down Americana, and I got a chance to look at the foothills. And the work that we had done in terms of the foothills is so important because it preserves what Idaho's about. It preserves what, you know, we wanted in Boise. With this particular development, you know, I'm really concerned. And the reason why is because without a good plan where we have had a chance to have input from everybody, once you've built this, you can't undo it. I'm real concerned in terms of affordable housing. You know, when I door knock in this area, that's the main thing that everyone sparks up about. And the thing is that when we consider the workers that we have working here in the Boise corridor, where do they go? You know, we look at that kind of ratio in terms of housing, and we look at transportation. And if we begin doing this kind of thing without really being able to get the input of all the different kinds of people and the interests here, then we'd have a win-lose situation. I'd really like to see a win-win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Representative Chu, is there a specific group that you feel has not had an opportunity to provide input?
Well, in terms of the students that are around in the area, you know, there hasn't been a lot of input. And when I've been door knocking, a lot of the community members would really like to be able to see that this community have a mixed diversity in terms of the kinds of people that are living here. We talk about vibrancy. I heard that today. And when you have a big building like this that doesn't open up to the community in terms of this coffee shop they're talking about, without the restaurants that we were thinking that we would have there, in terms of childcare and things like that for that corner, that's something that we haven't had a chance to have people come up to you and talk to. Now, I hear it because I'm at the doors. So I don't think that there's been adequate discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Pam Romer.
Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Pam Romer.
Pam, I'm so glad you're here. We just can't quite hear you, so I'm going to ask that you talk a little closer, either a little louder or a little closer to the mic. I understand that you're trying to keep distance with it.
Yeah, I my mother and I live together, and I want to make
Yeah.
sure she stays safe too. So thank you for your patience with my precautions.
I just want to make sure that everybody at home can hear you and we can get you into the record also.
Is this good?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Pam Romer, and I live at 2001 West Boise Avenue, number 8. I am opposed to the rezone. This is our home, our naturally recurring home. This project will destroy open space and a mature tree canopy. The tree survey states the site's existing tree density, maturity, and accompanying understory provides a public benefit and habitat for urban wildlife. Removal of all trees will be a loss to the greater urban forest canopy. Concerning trees to maintain is a total value of $205,900 and 176 inches of the best trees. One tree alone on the property will require 15 trees to replace it. This will be a great loss. I do not have a current overlay of the project. The shape has not changed. From CDG's letter of explanation, we feel the development provides an appropriate transition of land use, scale, density, and design between university uses and adjacent uses. No, it does not. This project overwhelms the neighborhood. This project would become an extension of the BSU campus. According to Blueprint Boise, while BSU contributes to the identity of Boise, expansion should not compromise surrounding uses. Boise in Protest is designated as a neighborhood activity center. This project will turn it into a student housing density center. The project will be mostly for BSU student use and is not affordable for most in-state students. Where is the mixed use? We have 4 businesses there. Population will increase by 440 plus, over a 40% increase. This best fits a downtown regional activity center or even a community activity center. Bowen Crossing is a wonderful example of a neighborhood activity center and mixed use. It has a school, medical clinic, library branch, restaurants, residents, etc. We would love to participate in planning a neighborhood activity center that benefits all the neighbors. From the Oregon Trail Parkway Plan, in the introduction, of particular interest is the section of Boise Avenue between Capitol Boulevard and Broadway, the last portion of Boise Avenue that has not been widened. This plan provides a means of protecting Boise Avenue and surrounding neighborhoods as historical resources and enhancing the cultural and aesthetic values of the street. What will happen to the monument provided by the volunteers? Parking is at a premium all along West Boise Avenue and surrounding neighborhoods. By allowing parking for 256 residents, that will leave approximately 275 vehicles that will still need to park somewhere. This is the bike lane. It is posted with signs that say no parking, bike
30-second
lane.
warning.
No parking on minor arterial roads is allowed. The last photo is of the rush hour traffic on December in the intersection. West Boise Avenue is a curvy street, 6 curves from Capitol Boulevard to the intersection. Thank you for your time and consideration. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Let me see.
And while she's doing that, Bruce Moore. And then Kathy Sherman after that. And then I've got Dan Rollinger. Great.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and staff. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak in front of you this evening. I'm Bruce Moore. I reside at 10 Mesa Vista Drive, contiguous to the development property. I've lived in Boise for over 40 years and in the Mesa Vista neighborhood for over a year. I'm a downtown Boise small business owner, and the same as you, I've made a significant investment in our community, as have all of you. I'm here to testify in opposition to the proposed stealth dorm on Boise Avenue and ask that you uphold the planning and zoning recommendation to deny the zoning change. Many of you sitting in front of me and listening to us this evening had a significant role in the development of Blueprint Boise. That planning foresight and this current council's current commitment to updating our zoning development and zoning standards is a welcome foundation for our future. You said in the original Blueprint Boise, as Boise strives to be the most livable city in the United States. You also wrote, quote, We continually set high standards for new growth. While many places are tempted to relax standards during uncertain economic times, our high expectations will hold value many decades later, close quote. We shouldn't settle for this massive stealth dorm on such a key city corner. This project, per Boise Blueprint Boise, does not exhibit a predictable development pattern. The exterior walls, 4 big walls have been shown in the pictures, don't allow for any sense of a connected community, nor provide for a strong, sustainable, diverse economy. This area, as you've heard, is designated a mixed-use activity center. Where is the bodega, the coffee shop? Where's the local state farm agent? This project doesn't meet any of the criteria established. Let's not settle for an inappropriate project. This is not a mixed-use project. It's not multifamily. In fact, no family is going to move into a project that's marketed towards student housing. An October City Council work session centered on the need for a coordinated vision in the U District. Much of that discussion centered on the growth of stealth dorms in the area. This project's current bed mix shows over 70% of total beds concentrated in 4 and 5 bedroom units. This project is the definition of a stealth dorm. For comparison, the Eagle Point project to the south has 143 units and 286 beds, about half of this proposed development on a significantly larger footprint. Currently, you collectively as our council are engaged in a comprehensive review of our zoning standards. Please let that process play out before committing to this massive project. Proceeding with a project of this scale doesn't make sense in light of the discussions that are ongoing with regards to the U District and the comprehensive zoning standards. ACHD has reservations, Boise State has reservations. Obviously, planning and zoning amplified those reservations by recommending no zoning change. Please leave the project. Please leave the zoning in place. Development will occur there. Development, no doubt. We have to have growth in our community. Something will occur
Madam
there.
Mayor, time.
The current zoning standards will allow for appropriate development. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy, welcome.
It is great to be here in person, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Kathy Sherman, and I live at 3208 West Treasure Drive in Boise, Idaho, 83703. My husband and I also own a small rental in the North End, and I work at Elada Community Action that's on the corner of Vista and Targhee. I'm the housing specialist for homeless veterans for a federal program called Supportive Services for Veterans Families. We house over 140 homeless veterans and their families every year, or keep them in housing. As many of you are probably aware, the city opened Valor Point to house homeless veterans this August of this year. Valor Point has 27 units for veterans with HUD-VASH vouchers. While a truly wonderful project, 27 units does not completely resolve our crisis of homeless veterans. And replacing 23 units of low income or moderate income housing with luxury student housing does not help our community. I believe it exacerbates a growing crisis. I want you to know that I love high-rise apartments and condos. I grew up close to Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland, the Homewood campus. There are over 13 10-story buildings within a half-mile radius of where I grew up. My paper route included 5 of these buildings. My mom moved to one of these now student housings now called The Social, otherwise in my childhood known as 6900 Charles Street, at the age of 83. So I kind of get that, and I encouraged the developers to really look at making it not just student housing, but housing for all of us. And I'm sure you all are aware of the graph in Boise that shows our income at a slow rise and the cost of housing at a sine curve. So I'm a fan of upgrowth, but I cannot be a fan of this current project. This is not affordable or even market rate housing. And I have I have a personal connection to the Brassey family. I live next door to the house that Vernon Isabel Brassey built since 2004. Vern Sr. built my house, his house, and the house next to it on the block. He used the same materials in his own bathroom as the ones at 2001 Boise Avenue.
30-second warning.
There have been some discussions about the deferred maintenance. State-of-the-art heating and cooling electric wall units are only $1,000 per unit. The IBEW has been contacted about providing assistance for the people living here. I urge you, I would say that by offering 10 units at 60% AMI, CDG has admitting that they're a source of our ongoing housing crisis. Why not offer 25 units for Section 8 and HUD voucher holders? Tiny houses in the neighborhood? Let's do it.
Thank you, Kathy. Dan, and then Janet. You can leave after you testify if you'd like. And then I've got Renee, Jordan, and Ted Rithman. Sure. And where's Ted? Great, thanks. Is that all right with you? Okay. Okay, great.
How's everyone?
Good.
Mayor McLean, Madam President, my name is Dan Rollinger. I reside at 6 Mesa Vista Drive. My family would like to voice our opposition to the proposed off-campus private dormitory and ask that you uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission's refusal of this project. The Commission's rationale for the denial is as follows. And I won't read the whole thing. I'll just read the first sentence of each one of those. The rezone request does not comply with approval criteria of the Boise City Code, nor is it consistent with the comprehensive plan. The proposed complex is a massive single-use, single-focus facility that increases current zone density by over 300% and provides 0 mixed-use amenities for the community it impacts the most. Importantly, by combining sites, it eliminates any opportunity for a future mixed-use property. The second one was proposed rezone is not in the best interest of the public convenience or general welfare. ACHD has confirmed that the arterials could accommodate the traffic. However, I would argue that the evaluation did not take into account the impact of BSU's master plan or how safely pedestrian, bicycles, and cars interact on Boise Avenue. If you go down that street, please look at that. That is a big concern, and I think everybody has communicated that. The third, also, ACHD continues to have considerable concerns around parking and the impact of surrounding neighborhoods. Although I understand the desire to reduce parking and incentivize reduction of cars, the increase in use of public transit, it does not appear to be working. River's Edge Apartments building, which at 79% capacity, had 100% of on-site parking accounted for, with 15% of the residents surveyed parking off-site. It's likely that a minimum of 15% of this project proposed residents will have to find off-site parking, which would equate to an additional 81 vehicles that will be forced into our already crowded neighborhoods. Clearly, this is not in the best interest of public convenience, general welfare, or the surrounding community. Third, the proposed zoning district does not maintain or preserve the compatibility of the surrounding area. This project will forever change the integrity and fabric of our existing neighborhood without considering the future of what could be a unique and special neighborhood activity center that benefits the university, the students, and the community as a whole. We will all lose. Mayor McLean, you often commented on the importance of listening to the community.
30-second warning.
The community, it appears BSU, Southeast Boise, Boise Depot bench, all are not in favor of this. Please listen to us. Finally, the Planning and Zoning Commission reasoning for denial was fair, I thought thoughtful, and appropriate. I am unaware of any major shift in this project that would justify a change to that decision. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. Questions? Thanks.
Good. Sorry.
Hi, Madam Mayor, Madam President, council members and staff. My name is Janet Rollinger. I live at 6 Mesa Vista Drive, Boise. We are one of the properties who will be directly abutted to this project. We have major concerns. I've totally rewritten my presentation tonight based on some of the things I've heard, so it's going to be a little disjointed. Addressing the 50-foot difference between our property line and the property below. We actually hear much more noise. We hear noise from Boise Avenue, the street noise, if people are talking along the road. We hear the games going on at the lacrosse field. So we actually, being on uphill, we actually are funneled more noise. And of course, our concern is you put 541 students. The back half, there are no balconies on the project, but there are a lot of open windows that will also convey noise. But that's really not our biggest objection. It's just, it does not fit in this neighborhood. We do utilize our property to the property line. We have a garden down below. So we see our neighbors quite often when they're out in their courtyard. Also to note, the project will actually take 2 years to build, so the residents will have to find a relocation spot for 2 years before they can even take the offer of moving back in. Also, no parking on site if their parking is full, and the students are informed of that. That will not prevent students from being in cars. We already have one resident in our neighborhood who's given permission for a student identity to use their driveway to park in. We have, our youngest just graduated, so we are well aware of college students. And our other big thing is just the affordability. College students cannot afford market rate apartments. Fred Fritchman at the Planning and Zoning meeting was specifically asked if the identity building relieved the neighborhood of students, and he said it did not. And you can confirm or deny, it had no impact because the students who are in those houses can't afford market rate apartments. And the students who can't find affordable housing within the neighborhoods commute from home or commute from other areas. They're not going to go to an apartment complex that costs them over $700 a bed.
30-second warning.
Okay, I understand CDG's desire to get some synergy since they already have a project going on. But my concern is, even from the comments today, there's a lot that has to be analyzed in this neighborhood activity center that hasn't been done. And we just ask you to please do that before you consider even rezoning the spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Next up, we've got Renee. Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Renee Jordan. I live at 2001 Boise Avenue, apartment 11. I felt it was necessary to bring the presentation that we had for planning and zoning after seeing the pictures of the under ditch that looked like we live in a really dilapidated apartment complex. So if you would just screen through them, I'm fine with that. This project has been long and highly stressful. My concern is not just for the residents, that's my living room, but also for the neighbors and the safety. Who's going to be impacted? This construction is not suitable, as indicated, and you've heard numerous times, for this corner. I want to make sure that it is recorded that I thank everybody who has supported us. We have had people come out from everywhere, from the Treasure Valley. I'm a native Idahoan. I was born and raised here. I'm 56 years old. If my grandsons and granddaughter heard me say I don't want to ride an orange scooter, I'd be in trouble right now because that's all I could think of when I saw the pictures. Although I'd be afraid that I'd end up in traction because I need to lose a lot of weight to do that. But I truly appreciate all the support we've had. This is a beautiful complex, and yes, it is old, and I appreciate the packages that have been offered. My concern is people qualifying. I have a very good job. I've had a career for 35 years. I've been in the apartment complex for 7 years, but you have to have 3 times the amount of your income to qualify. That's a concern for me because I don't qualify. Affordable housing is a problem. We are family, and I do want a win-win for everybody. I know you're in a hard position and you've heard a lot of testimony, but I can tell you that I have options. If it means putting my stuff in storage and moving in with my kids, I have places I can go. They live here, but there are people that live there that don't have options. So to look at this package, again, I'm very grateful, but to qualify is going to be a problem, and that hasn't been addressed. And I wanted to bring that to the forefront. Again, I thank you for listening. I thank you for the testimony. And I hope that these
30-second
pictures
warning.
have been, gives you a little bit of the environment and the complex that we live in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One of her slideshows, Pam's, is on the bicycle lane.
Pam Romer.
Yeah.
Great. All right.
It's
Thank
a
you.
bicycle lane. I need to talk about that one. Right there, yeah. Nope, yeah, that one. Thank you. Hi, Council, Mayor. My name is Tammy McMillan, E-N at the end. Everybody wants to spell it A-N. I live at 2001 West Boise Avenue, apartment 4. I face Boise Avenue Street. Traffic starts at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm a smoker. I do not smoke in my house or my vehicles. And I smoke outside. I get up, I don't sleep well. I have medical conditions. I go outside and traffic starts at 5 o'clock or even earlier. When COVID hit, I was like, what is going on? This is not right. Not one car, okay? It's back. 3:30, that light at Boise Beacon protest turns red, backs up all the way to Joyce Street, okay? When that light turns red. Once it gets going, all those cars don't get through. So I know the traffic. I see young adults all week, especially on the weekends, walking by with alcohol in their hands, having vehicles pulling them on scooters down the road at night. I have people, my fiance, he's a veteran. Kathy Sherman right there. We got in a bad situation in a house that we tried to move into. They went out and looked at that property and they said, we need to get you into someplace soon. Start searching, please. I found this place within 1 month and she got me in there. My husband is going to be husband is a veteran. He did time in Vietnam. We have a very short income. And they want to give us 30% if we want to move back. That's still $250 more than what I'm paying right now. Breaking it down. Talking about this right here, that garbage can right there. I've been there. I have lived there starting of next month, the 3rd, okay? I have seen the Boise trash cars run right into the dump truck right at that location. 3 times run into them, okay? You know how many times I've seen cops, and I'm always on that because they go and have to go to work. I've seen cops pull over people 2 times. I do not see police officers traveling on that road. People are speeding to make the light. I'm sorry. I agree with BSU. It's a concern about people jaywalking straight up. And where are we going to go? I got a set income. My husband's a veteran. We got a little income. And we want to protect the homeless. This is
Madam
just going to
Mayor,
make a lot of us homeless. I'm sorry. Thank you for taking my time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, council members. My name is Ted Rithman, and I'm a resident, 2001 West Boise Avenue, apartment number 16. I've lived in Boise for 34 years. 28 of them have been in the current area that I'm in now. I've lived at 2001 West Boise Avenue for 24 years. I am actually the oldest living resident at that spot. I've seen a lot of changes happen to the neighborhood usually at the hands of BSU. So whenever they've needed new buildings, they've ripped up the neighborhood and they built what they needed to build. And yes, I mean, housing is important, but in the middle of a housing crisis and a pandemic on top of that, to potentially kick 17 apartments out on the street, and the fact that we have, for a lot of us, you have to make 3 times the rent and have a good credit rating. Me, I'm on a very fixed budget. I can't even begin to tell you how much. So where I live, that's pretty much where I can afford. I get kicked out, I'm screwed. Sorry. Yes, I mean, we do need to worry about affordable housing. We do. And we do need to worry about students coming in. Problem is, you need to be able to satisfy both. Yes, students need to have a place to live, but so do longstanding tax-paying residents. For me, I don't own a car, mainly because I'm on a fixed budget. I can't afford a car. So the way I get around is on a bicycle. Usually everywhere I need to be is 10, 15-minute ride away. My house is the center of all that, whether it's work downtown, the 2 martial arts schools I go to, the grocery stores, any of the stores, that's where it is, right there at the center. Sorry, I've got a lot to say and I'm just a little thrown off. I would urge the city council to deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Mayor?
Ted. Yeah.
Hey, Ted, before
Ted,
you
you've
sit
got a
down.
question actually from Councilman
Over here.
Halliburton.
Hey, Ted, I got a couple of questions to ask you, and if it's too hard, then that's okay, and you don't have to answer. So one of the things that we have in our packet is that they said that they've been in communication with 10 different residents. If this was to get constructed, that they would help rehouse them during construction and then offer those 3 years coming back. Is that something that you have vocalized interest in? And again, you don't have to answer if you don't want to.
At this point, I don't know. I mean, at this point, I really couldn't afford it. One additional thing I will say, we all just found out about this project a year ago. It wasn't 18 months ago, it was almost a year ago. So at this point, for me, I don't know. I mean, it would really have to depend.
Sure. And that would buy you time. That wouldn't allow you to be in there for longer. Is that correct?
Well, like what I pay in rent is pretty much what I can afford at this point. What CDG is offering is, I think, is a little bit more than any of us can afford right now. But I mean, I don't know. I may consider it somewhere down the road if that's possible for me to do it financially.
All right. Thanks, Ted.
Thank you, Ted. I'm sorry, we can't, yeah. And I ask, I mean, for a couple reasons. One, you've had your time, but also comments specifically targeted at people. I've really been encouraging people to avoid so that we can remember that at the end of all of this, we're still a community working together. So let's see. So now I don't have anybody else listed as being in the room that signed up to testify, but there are more of you. So if you'd like, so that you don't all crowd at once, why don't you raise your hand and I'll just motion you up. Come on up, Representative Gannon. And then I think after John, I'm going to go to a couple people on the phone because I realize I might be doing a disservice to all of us because soon we'll just be listening to voices from the sky without being able to look at anybody. So John, go ahead. And then I'll just a heads up for a couple of Zoom folks. You'll be called on soon.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You know, this tragically impacts our hillside, our vegetation, and our quality of life on the bench. You know, I have to think about a 30-foot high concrete wall. I don't think that would happen in the foothills. I don't think that would happen in the North End. The only place I can think of where it's happened is at Warm Springs Mesa, and that's because of the slides. A 30-foot concrete wall added to our area is not compatible or is not the way that we should grow on the Boise bench. You know, when affordable housing isn't preserved, homelessness, tax subsidies, and unhappiness results. This is a discretionary government action which will hugely enrich the applicants and leave 24 fewer affordable housing units available, seriously, or not seriously, but aggravating the affordable housing crisis in our city. The offer of 10 units for 3 years doesn't approach the windfall the applicants get from a rezone. We have seen how affordable housing on River Street, the Central Addition, and parts of the West End have disappeared, replaced by unaffordable housing. And I see longtime residents on the bench now being forced into RVs or to having to move to other cities, and even homelessness. A special government action should always consider and compensate those who are harmed by the government action. And in this case, the 24 units, or the 24 affordable housing units that exist today are being harmed. They're not going to be here. And that is one aspect of this that desperately needs to be rectified. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on Zoom, how's Anthony Yennison? Are you available? Great, Anthony, you're up. And then next up will be Sean Garrettson and then Terry Koppel.
Hey, everybody. Oh, no video, even though I put up my fancy background and put my glasses on.
Possible?
Okay, well, that is just fine. Okay, this is Anthony Yennison. I live on North 5th Street in Boise. I'm speaking both as an employee with the Intermountain Fair Housing Council and as a member of Boise Renters United in solidarity with the residents of the Riddenbaugh Place apartments. Before getting into this project, I must point out that this hearing is a little problematic, taking place in service to industry and development and not the residents or our Boise community as a whole. Unfortunately, due to COVID, the public turnout and remote participation and impact are arguably lessened, not to mention the endangering of all of y'all in that room, even with the social distancing in a closed space. But moving on, this issue impacts not only the residents who are dependent on this organic or unsubsidized affordable housing to stay in Boise, but the neighborhood and our community at large. I know that at least one former resident of the Riddenbaugh Place apartments has already had to leave the valley altogether in order to find housing that she could afford. The residents of the Riddenbaugh Place apartments include families with children, as well as a household with a resident in their 90s. There are veteran residents and others with disabilities living there. These people will be greatly impacted by this displacement, and there's an opportunity for the city of Boise to step in to support and protect them. As we know, the city has worked to protect vulnerable communities in the past. Blue Valley Manufactured Housing Park, as well as the Melody Thornton Park, residents were protected from uninhabitable conditions or displacement through city intervention and deal making. I believe the city of Boise has a chance to do this again now. The idea of a co-op or resident-owned community, or even for the city to secure and protect this property, are options that boil down to investing in Boise and investing in our community. Targeting a transient market of students comes at the expense of not only our neighbors, but also of the students. Paying rent by the bed, as you can imagine, is more expensive than renting an apartment as a whole. This is an extractive targeting and stripping of these young adults' opportunity, putting them deeper in debt when they leave Boise State. CDG can and should build to fill the need that they are claiming exists, but not on the site of longstanding residents already calling it home. I imagine that the city, the university, and CDG can find a better solution to this issue, including the idea that Council President Clegg points out regarding on-campus development. There's been information and reservations shared this evening from several city entities, from ACHD, from BSU, and previously from the Planning and Zoning Committee that should be reason for pause and frankly denial of a rezone for this project on this site. Further supporting your denial of raising this existing affordable housing is the city's fair housing plan. The tools are available, including Blueprint Boise, for you to take a strong stand and in a grounded, people-oriented position using the city's own reference documents. I implore you to engage in a collaborative effort to find a creative and human-centric solution to this current issue. Please hear the concerns that are being stated tonight and find a solution in collaboration with all parties involved, including the residents of the Riddenbaugh Place apartments keeping their homes. Wow, I finished in less than 3 minutes.
Thanks, Anthony. Sean? Sean there. Great. Okay, go ahead. Sean, you're on.
Yes, hello. I don't have a presentation, but you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Sean Garrison, and I represent the Dykmans, who have also provided some testimony and comments in your packet. I provided public testimony during the Planning Commission on this topic, and my expert opinion remains the same: deny this zoning change request. And the reasons I suggest denial are threefold. Number one, the project and the rezone does not comply with the intent of Blueprint Boise. Number two, the Ada County Highway District also believes that the bike, pedestrian, and vehicular traffic cannot sustain this intensity development. And three, a plan for accommodating student housing and affordable housing in Boise needs to be created before any new off-campus student housing rezones are approved. I am a certified planner with my own urban planning firm in Austin, Texas. My company, Pegasus, we've worked on several projects in the Boise region. I've come to love your city. I'm very familiar with the comprehensive plan and your land development code. We prepare comprehensive plans. We write downtown plans, land development code, economic development strategies for our public sector clients. We do feasibility studies and market studies and zoning changes for our private sector clients. I'm very familiar with your code and the issues. I'm also personally the board president of a nonprofit affordable housing organization in Austin, Texas, where I've become an expert locally and nationally in affordable housing development. Last year, our nonprofit won a ULI award for the best affordable housing mixed-use project in the United States. I know affordable housing. I help write policy in Austin. I'm very familiar with this. So in terms of this zoning, the Planning Commission recommends denial for the same reasons I'm suggesting denial. You and thousands of other Boiseans were all involved in the creation of Blueprint Boise. As you know, a comprehensive plan is a community plan. Blueprint Boise was very clear about the need for an activity center at this location. The site is the last opportunity for it. There is no commercial in this proposed multifamily site, and an amenity center for residents nor a leasing center certainly does not count as neighborhood commercial. The number of units requested is also much higher than what was envisioned in Blueprint Boise. The applicant talks only about how the density they're proposing is compatible with Blueprint Boise. Density is only one part of the equation for an activity center. The larger part of the equation is the nature of this important intersection that was envisioned as a mixed-use activity center for neighbors to walk or bike up to coffee shops, have job opportunities, and neighborhood-based commercial activities. Again, a leasing center and an amenity center for residents do not comply with this envision whatsoever. The applicant's representative talked about a grab-and-go coffee shop, and just because they say the market and amidst COVID, that commercial corner wouldn't lease up is definitely not a reason to approve the project. Others have spoken about the transportation infrastructure. I'm not going to address that. But lastly, I just want to talk about the student housing infringing upon the neighborhoods. it destroys neighborhoods. I've seen that in Austin. I've seen that in a lot of communities. This developer, frankly, doesn't care about the lasting impacts of this project on Boise. Yes,
You're at time.
I'm out of time.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I just want to say on the affordable housing, 10 units is less than 9% of all the units. 3 years is not an affordable time period. A plan for affordable housing needs to be created before this is even addressed. But we highly recommend denying the rezoning. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Sean. Great. And I see that Terry's, we can see you now. We've changed it up. So for those of you that are on the phone, we're going to take a couple more and then take a break. But if you wish to be seen by us, great. Hi, Leanne. If you wish to be seen by us, you can turn your camera on and we will now be able to see you. So Terry, go ahead. Oh, you're muted, however. If it has to be you, I think this is Zoom. There you go.
There, could you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, thank you. My name is Terry Koppel. I'm appearing here on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Alan Dykeman. My address is 199 North Capitol Boulevard, Suite 600 in Boise. What I wanted to do was to emphasize two major things, and they occurred after the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing in February. The Planning and Zoning Commission, of course, was deeply concerned about the traffic implications of this project and the fact that ACHD had not had an opportunity to analyze it, and they were concerned about the effect of that on the streets on Boise Avenue and Protest. Since that time, of course, we've had the analysis that was prepared by ACHD, and I want to emphasize page 3 of that report. In there, you will see that ACHD objects and does not agree with the traffic impact study from the developer. The ACHD specifically says that the project itself should have all of its available parking on site and disagrees with the concept that there will be people using bicycles and mopeds and walking, and that ameliorates the parking problems that are going to be there. You'll see that ACHD specifically states that they feel that there will be an impact on the surrounding properties because of the lack of parking available, which they say has to be on site. So ACHD has really verified the concerns that Planning and Zoning had in February about this project. The other significant thing that's happened since the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing in February is BSU has filed their letter dated September 22nd, which very diplomatically but very clearly states that in fact what is needed is a full parking study and an analysis of the impact on the adjacent properties. That has not been done. We have the initial review by ACHD that talks about the problems, but what Boise State is talking about is a comprehensive review of the area. Boise State is also suggesting that there be a pedestrian and bike study because of all the jaywalking and the safety issues associated with a massive project like this coming in this area of Boise. So the conclusion is of BSU and as well from ACHD is there needs to be a joint planning effort. There needs to be a master plan for this part of Boise. Now, Sean Gerritsen, who just testified, was hired by the Dykmans as a noted authority on planning to give us his opinion, and you'll see he has suggested the same thing independently of Boise State, that there should be a moratorium, there should be a master plan that will allow the community to have input on the future of this area of Boise because of its sensitivity and the fact that this project is so large. So I'll stand for any questions you may have. There being none, then thank you.
Thank you. Leanne, go ahead, and if you unmute yourself, we'll be able to hear you. After Leanne, I imagine that Barton, are you planning on speaking?
Right
as
here
well?
too, yeah.
Yep, I thought that's who I saw. And then we'll take a break, but we'll have Sarah Hegland and Alan Dykeman ready to go when we get back.
Okay, thank you. My name is Leanne Chafee, Leanne Chafee, and have lived in Boise all of my 69 years and 30 years at 3 South Mesa Vista Drive. We are the second generation family to live in our home. I'd like to acknowledge the difficulty of your jobs, like City Council and the Mayor, especially during the COVID pandemic. I understand you cannot possibly read every item put before you, especially in such a complex situation. I trust you to protect the lives of your citizens, especially those who may not be able to defend themselves. I ask you to use wisdom and accept the help of the eyes, ears, and minds of your local citizens as they have spent hours researching the evidence being presented. I also understand this property has been in the Brassey family and its foundation for many, many years. I know they desire to be out from under the obligation this land presents. Therefore, I ask you as leaders of our community to think, work, and make plans with your citizens for a long-term future of our city and its history. This project would eliminate the possibilities of another historical city park and or a city pathway system. I'd like you to really pay attention to what John Bertram's letter told you about the history of Boise, where it is presently, and future ideas. It was great. It should not be used for the profits of developers, either local or out of state. I am opposed to this project because of the displacement of long-term affordable housing community that has lived at Reidenbaugh Place apartments for years and in some cases, decades. I am opposed because of safety issues. Over 500 students in such a complex will result in a minimum of 1,000 crossings of Boise Avenue a day. Studies and common sense say those numbers could be easily double or triple. Jaywalking will be the norm. I jaywalk, students will jaywalk. Bike paths are inadequate or non-existent on this already busy section of Boise Avenue. What will Boise do to mitigate the situation? I am opposed because of inadequate storage. The plan presented has room for half of the renters to have bikes and cars. That slightly changed tonight. More will likely be brought to campus. Will extra cars park in the community's already crowded streets? Will extra bikes be kept in their rooms? How many e-scooters will be stored on the sidewalk? Boise does not have a thriving alternative transportation option. I'm opposed because of the plan to draw student renters from the shadow market, a term that is used for single families and duplex rentals where they rent to students close to the university. Taking students out of the neighborhoods and placing them in a mega student housing complex doesn't solve the problems.
We've hit time.
Oh, okay.
If you want to wrap up with a final sentence or two.
I will. I'd like to finish up with the final sentence. It doesn't solve that problem of creates a problem for a bigger problem to put them all together. And I need to say COVID. The last thing I'd like to say is that the latest situation of less than truthful dealings has been the 6 student letters that were submitted in favor of the project. They were a theme and variation of a single letter. 6 different students in a single period of 6 weeks do not use the exact same wording in sentences. Plagiarisms? Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We've got somebody that's not muted. Sean, Garrettson, you need to mute yourself, please. Hi. Hey, Sean, can you mute him? Thanks. Hi there, go ahead.
Me?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. I'm Bart Chafee. I live at 3 South Mesa Vista Drive in Boise, Idaho. I've lived here probably around 60 of my 74 years. And I basically, as a native Boisean, I want to oppose the application for rezoning and a continual use permit for this property at 1909 and 2001 West Boise. I'm going to basically hold my comments to 2 things, but I have a total of 8 that I listed as far as the fact that I can think of that are reasons why I object to the housing. First one that I'll talk about later is affordable housing. The second is the historic value. I'll also talk about that. The third is the Boise Avenue traffic, both for vehicles as well as bicycles, of which I ride the narrow bike lanes. The fourth is the safety factor for particularly that will create as far as people going back and forth between the university and the housing. The fifth is that it's not meeting your fixed use goal. The sixth is a natural sanctuary for birds and animals of all sorts, from deer to fox to raccoons to eagles, you name it. The seventh is an unstable hillside, and along with that, fire danger from when the weeds that grow above your knees dry out, and the fire potential is great. And also at the same time, the sewer access, of which the property owners on the rim, that's where they tie into the sewer, and they be able to maintain that. The one thing that I want to spend more time on is the affordable housing at the Ride and Place apartments. There's a lack of affordable housing, as been demonstrated many times as far as in the news. It's not only housing. That apartment complex has close and long-term relationships with one another. It displaces affordable housing, which I think is demeaning for residents, and that's opposed to additional profits for the company. For this reason alone, I think we ought to deny this proposal. The second thing I'd like to talk about is the historical value of this property, of which it was an integral part of the formation of Boise, Idaho. The mill ditch that was.
You've hit time, so I'll give you 1 sentence or so to wrap up, but we've hit the 3 minutes.
The mill ditch is on that property, the generation of electrical power, a flour mill, sawmill, a distillery, flotation of logs and lumber, a place for the Oregon Trail, and Boise Junior College, when they found out they needed more water for the rapid growing college. And there was also an ice house. So this is an integral part of the history of Boise, Idaho that you will give up if you approve this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night. All right, we are going to see you both later. It was nice to see you by video. We're going to take a 5-ish minute break. But as I said, so the next 3 people that I've got, and maybe we put Alan and Dixie together if they're in the same household, are Sarah Hegland, Alan Dykeman, Annabelle. Oh, I asked you how to say your name last time or before, Annabelle. I'm sorry. Crunchier, and Dixie Dykeman as well. And we'll be back. Thanks all. So oh, yeah, I saw one. All right, we will go ahead and get started. And I imagine that we are seeing Sarah on the screen.
You are. Can you hear me?
We can, so go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sarah Heglin, and I live at 8 South Mesa Vista Drive, and my home is directly adjacent to the proposed project. And I'm here to strongly oppose the rezone for this massive student housing project for all the reasons that have been talked about this evening. I will focus my comments on 3 reasons that P&Z denied the rezone, of which none have been addressed by the developers, CDG. So first, it is not consistent with the Boise Comprehensive Plan that designates this area a neighborhood activity center. We've heard that several times this evening. CDG has really done nothing to address this important designation. The project remains massive, high density, single use for students, and out of scale with the area, and provides nothing for our neighborhood. One could argue that we're actually moving in the opposite direction since we lost our Maverick station and the convenience store. So if this rezone is approved, there will be nothing left to be an activity center on that intersection, probably forever. So I think this is a really big decision. 2, it's not in the best interest for the public convenience or general welfare. There is nothing in this project for the citizens of Boise. We get more traffic, parking will be a nightmare, and that is confirmed with the Ada County Highway District report. We're going to lose an amazing tree canopy and permanent removal of affordable housing. I find it really hard to comprehend that we will destroy a community of our own citizens for a transient group of college students. And for what? The letters of support are letters from a few students that appear to be form letters, and the Brassies, all who will not have to live with this building. The citizen letters, those of us that live here, all say, please deny this rezone. And lastly, P&Z and Boise State have recommended that the city and Boise State work together to have a comprehensive plan to address student housing needs, the impact on our surrounding neighborhoods, and importantly, the safety of pedestrians. I have taught in higher education for over 25 years, and I can tell you firsthand, COVID is changing how we deliver higher education and conversations about cost, which includes housing. So I believe it's premature to approve yet another massive high-rise off-campus housing development. We already have identity on that intersection. So this land is premier location, it really is. And this is the first proposed project for that site, but it's not the best. I ask all of us to look into the future. We do not want to become a Portland or San Francisco where the inner city core is for the wealthy and the homeless. So please deny this rezone, and thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Alan. We can see you. However, it looks like you're muted. Mr. Dykeman, your bandwidth is low, so if there you go, we can hear you, but if you pop up, I'm going to suggest you turn off your camera and we'll still be able to hear you. Okay, we'll come back to Alan in a minute. I think we might have lost you for a second.
Okay.
Oh, are you there?
Turn off the camera.
Great, now we can hear
No
you.
video. Okay. Is that better?
I think you asked if it was working. Yes, it's working.
Okay. I'm here. Okay. Good evening. Just our home in 1984. We've invested.
So Alan, I'm gonna, clerk, will you please send, can you send a message to Alan? Can you text him as a participant through the chat?
Yeah. You can't hear me now.
We could hear you just for a second.
Okay, but I'm off.
Try one more
If you can
time.
hear me, I'll go ahead.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. I'm Alan Dykeman. 5 Mesa Vista Drive. We purchased our home in 1984. We invested substantial funds and thousands of hours improving it over the years. Mesa Vista Drive is not unlike Houston Road or Crescent Rim. It is a very special place. It's a quiet, high-quality residential neighborhood composed of homes in which the homeowners have great pride in. It therefore comes as a great shock for us to see the magnitude of this massive project, and we can see it from our backyards. In a report prepared by the Idaho Land and Appraisal, the market value of our properties within our subdivision have already been impacted upon the notice from rezoning from Boise City. The conclusion of the January 2020 report is market values have been impacted negatively 10 to 20%. If the legal changes are approved, these home valuations will decrease even more, as well as other homes along Boise Avenue. Boise Avenue should be the line for all high-density projects like this. Nothing should be built on the southwest side of Boise Avenue or the east side. We need to protect our neighborhoods. We need to keep the zoning as it is. Traffic and parking is a huge problem. When I talk with Randy McDermott, the chief operating officer, BSU has 7,000 backup parking spots. The project with 541 beds and only 267 parking spots, it just won't work. So if there's 541 people, where are their friends, visitors, and families going to park? There is no place except the neighborhoods to park. Where is BSU? But on the east side is their access. They will be driving around in circles, and we all know how busy Boise Avenue is. It's not even safe to ride a bicycle down Boise Avenue between Protest Hill and Capitol. It's just too damn busy and narrow. At times, the traffic is blocked all the way to
Alan,
Capitol to Broadway.
Mr. Dykeman.
This project is also direct competition to BSU. You don't know what you have until it's gone. Please say no to the rezone. Thank you.
Thank you. I
Any
wanted to,
questions?
nope, no questions. You came in and out during that testimony. I think that Mr. Fritchman, I jinxed it by saying this was going well right before the break.
Yes.
However, I want to
Yes.
point out.
Yes.
Yeah, can you mute him, please? Okay. We did hear testimony from the attorney that you and your wife have hired, Mr. Koppel. And I, for one, and I imagine everybody else read the letter that you included from the planning consultant that delineated most of the issues that I heard on and off as you came through the voice over there. So thank you for your testimony. Really appreciate it.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
In addition, I think I know my council members well enough to know that we all reviewed the transcript and all of the written testimony that was sent to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I know that I saw your name in both of those. So I appreciate you being here tonight, but everyone here should be assured that we've done our homework. I, for one, can tell you I was up till 2 o'clock last night reading a second time just to make sure I didn't miss something.
Hi, Annabelle. Welcome.
Hi, Madam Mayor and council members. I wanted to say thank you so much for your time tonight. And I've been hearing the concerns of the community members that are going to be directly affected by this project. And I can tell it is definitely a very difficult decision that's going to have to be made. But I just wanted to come on here as a college graduate. I just recently graduated as of 2019. And I myself just know the struggle of trying to find housing as a student. Not only is it hard to find housing as a student on campus, but it's also really hard to find housing off campus that doesn't require a super great credit score or previous years of renting history, proof of steady income, which us as college students don't really have. And on top of that, it's also hard finding housing within walking or biking distance from campus, grocery stores, and even downtown. I think, as mentioned previously, quite a bit earlier, the student population has grown over the past few years, about almost 20%. And I believe the need for more student housing is crucial for our already existing Boise Student Committee community. And I believe that this Boise Avenue project would be a wonderful addition to the Boise area to help fill the void in current student housing need. Not only would this project provide more housing options for the students of the Boise community, but it would also be in a great location that would promote active lifestyle, as it's walking and biking distance, so students wouldn't need to use their cars as much from pretty much everything that us students need to access, such as campus and Winco, other grocery stores, and downtown. And so with its great location and promising positive housing availability to Boise students, I believe that this would be a great project to the Boise community, and I would highly encourage the approval of this project.
Thank you. Eric, welcome. And then after Eric, we've got Jenny.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Eric Hegland. Madam Mayor, Madam President, council members and staff, I'm happy that you're taking time to listen to us tonight. I live at 8 South Mesa Vista Drive in a single-story home immediately adjacent to the proposed rezoning. I strongly urge the council to reject the requested rezone for all the reasons that have already been mentioned tonight and noted in previous testimony. I'd also like to emphasize a few other things. The identity building was sprung on the neighborhood unawares due to inadequate notification standards that the city had at that time. That building is a horrendous eyesore and a mistake that should not be repeated. It is why the neighborhood knows all the bad things that will happen if the development under consideration tonight is allowed to go ahead. I remember speaking to some staff that learned about the identity building and was assured that it, quote, would never happen, end quote, that the city would allow a similar building in our neighborhood right next to our homes. Yet here we are. And I can also tell you that the Oakland Beacon Street thing with jaywalking is very real. As a physician, I drive to St. Luke's at all hours of the night. Somewhere out there is a young man who very nearly had the word Ford embossed in reverse on his chest because I came around that curve and he was drunk and running across the street about 2 a.m. And that happens all the time. I'm constantly seeing that. I am a physician and I've continued to work throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. I wear N95 masks, positive pressure hoods, and do care for COVID-infected patients. I keep up on this disease as best as I can. If I wanted to create a way to maximize human-to-human transmission of COVID or other respiratory viruses, it might look a lot like the living arrangements in the proposed development and in the identity building before it. College students are smart enough to figure this out too. I doubt this model of housing will age well going into the future. The other thing that this building would perhaps uniquely do is decimate a corridor and a particular local pocket of urban wildlife habitat. This may be critical habitat for some of the species that spend their winters along the edge of the Boise Bench. I think it is a mistake to rush and to twist and contort our city plan and zoning ordinances to approve the first thing that comes along. Please reject this rezone request. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Jenny. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Jenny Like, and I live at 26 Mesa Vista Drive, a neighborhood that sits directly above the proposed development site. I've lived there for 19 years. I am in opposition to the development for several reasons, but the reason I'm extremely concerned about is the parking crisis I believe a development of this size in this area will create. There's actually already a parking crisis happening in that area. It's happening at the Identity Building, which sits on the corner of Beacon Avenue and Boise Avenue, directly opposite the proposed development site. Identity houses 295 residents. CDG's proposed development will house 541 residents, 246 more people than the Identity Building. This proposed development is almost double the size of Identity. It is a massive development. I'm also not alone in my concern, as the ACHD has also expressed their concern in their traffic study report. I quote from the report, without adequate parking provided on site and with no parking available on adjacent roadways, residents and guests are likely to park on streets in the surrounding neighborhoods. By approving the development, you will only be adding to an ongoing serious parking problem for the surrounding neighborhoods. I personally actually know about the current parking crisis in that area because my son's girlfriend, who's a BSU student, lived in the Identity Building. There was such a limited amount of parking available for the residents that she would park at my home and walk down Protest Hill to the Identity Building. While Identity has paid parking available for the residents, similar to what CDG is proposing, the majority of those residents choose to not pay the monthly parking fees and choose to park on the streets surrounding Identity instead, where it is next to impossible to find suitable parking. CDG is proposing 267 parking spaces for their 541 residents. They suggest that the majority of the residents will walk, bike, ride rental scooters, or rent the one rental car that may be available for them to use. They are suggesting that 274 residents will not need a space to park a car. If this is what they think, they are out of touch with a college student's lifestyle. Several years ago, I was a BSU student myself. I spent 3 years going to school there, and during that time, I lived in a house on Verna Lane, as well as a duplex on Juanita Avenue. These homes sat 2 blocks from the BSU admin building on University Drive. Yes, I walked to school every day, but I needed a car daily to get to work. I was a server at a restaurant near the mall. It was not possible for me to walk to work. I definitely would not have ridden a rental scooter. And as a college student, if someone would have suggested I rent a car to get to work, I would have laughed at them. The fact that CDG wants us and you to believe that 264 parking spaces, that residents will have to pay for is adequate parking for a massive development that houses 541 people is not reasonable. One last thought. Many of these 541 residents will also have guests visiting, and these people will also need a place to park their cars. This is a parking disaster waiting to happen, and I implore you to deny this rezone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jenny. So we actually have Dixie Dykeman on the phone, so I'm going to ask that we turn off all cameras of anybody that's been presented as moved up as a whatever it's called, whatever those people are, participants. Panelists. And so great, now you've turned them all off. And we're going to try Dixie to see if that impacts our ability to hear you.
Hi.
Hi there.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great.
We can see you, and if it gets slow, I'm going to ask you to turn off your camera.
Okay. I'm going to shorten what I had to say because I'm repeating what everyone else has been saying tonight, and coming up here toward the end, I'm going to just try to reiterate a few points. I specifically want to just thank Mayor McLean and the council members. I appreciate this opportunity to be able to talk, and I appreciate your willingness to serve us, the taxpaying citizens, to the best of your abilities, honestly and fairly for the good of our city. Please don't be taken in by this out-of-state developer who has their monetary gain in mind by proposing this oversized project in our neighborhood. I live at 5 South Mesa Vista Drive and have lived in Idaho for 67 years and have been a taxpayer in Ada County for 47 years. Our city was booming before the pandemic. Time was of the essence. I do not think that that is the case. With COVID-19 came a complete shutdown of BSU campus and our city, not to mention our country. And the need for more student housing, I think not. As you heard with this project, the parcels involved and the request to rezone it to higher density housing should be looked at with a closer eye and thoughtfulness to the future of what this corner and the historical Oregon Trail that passes through it could possibly be. John Bertram said it the best tonight. There is an opportunity at this site to create a neighborhood center, reflecting our heritage and a gathering place for many to enjoy, not just students. Let's not fill the space with boxes of people and beds. Please be open-minded as to what else could make our city better, not bigger. We only have one chance to get this right. Let's not rush to approve this or any project until some studies can be done to see the best use for this corner and the surrounding area. The Woodbridge townhouses next door are a lovely example of what this property could possibly be. Please look carefully before approving more boxes in Boise. We have a beautiful city, but its facade is changing. Let's not take this paradise and put up a parking lot. Please say no to this kind of development, boxy, oversized, unneeded, unwanted, high-density project in our neighborhood. It does not fit. It's way too dense, creating traffic and noise problems. Thank you for listening to a longtime resident of this neighborhood and a caring tax-paying citizen. Please do not rezone this property for this project. Just say no.
Thank you, Dixie. We were able to hear all of that. I'm glad it worked out.
Great. Thank you.
Have a great night.
You too.
Bye. All right, next up we have Haley Guptill. And then after that,
Madam Mayor?
yes.
I believe Haley and Katie are not online anymore.
Okay, all right. How about Mark Skluderek? Skluderek. I can't say the DL together right now. Skluderek.
No, I believe he's not online either, but we do have 2 people with their hands raised.
Okay, and do we have Tori McCormick?
No, we do not.
Okay. The next, so that's all on the list that pre-registered. So now we'll go to the Zoom hands.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, we have approximately 5 people.
Okay.
Our first person is Monica Fabi. Would you like her to just be unmuted, or do you would like us to promote them?
Yeah, if we can see them, that'd be good, especially this late hour, if they would like to be seen. Hi there, we can see you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I had my mute off. I was like, uh-oh. My name is Monica Fabi. I'm with Intermountain Fair Housing Council, and I live at 630 South Curtis Road, Boise, Idaho, 83705. And I speak today to oppose rezoning the for this property, for this application. I want to start by saying that the rezone approval required 3 criteria, one of which, the final one that was listed by your planning team, was to preserve and maintain the neighborhood, essentially. So rezoning this preserves nothing in that neighborhood. Rezoning chips away haphazardly at the character of the existing neighborhood. And I want to say that the term affordable housing has been tossed around a little loosely by almost everyone. And I think everyone has an idea of what that is to them. By definition, affordable housing is 30% of income. So it's a relative term. It's relative to the income of the individual or the family involved. And so, for example, for someone who makes $12 an hour, works 40 hours a week, and probably brings home about $1,920 a month before taxes, 30% would be $576. That's affordable housing for a person who makes $12 an hour. For someone who makes $20 an hour, affordable housing would be approximately $960. And I doubt that any unit in that property will be affordable by definition. And I want you also to think about affordable housing as it exists 2 ways. It's either subsidized and created, or it's naturally existing. It exists naturally because the price of the property is in a range that is supported by the wages in the community. And that's what's going on right now at Reidenbach for those families. They're able to afford their homes at a price that is supported by the actual wages in the community. I want to take one brief moment to mention that the Dykeman situation indicated that there was a little problem with equal protection, in that some people may not have even tried to join us because they may have had no service or limited service. The city has tools at its disposal to create a beloved community, and planning and zoning is the main one. So if you don't use this opportunity to control the way the community is, well, I see that I'm out of time.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Mayor, we have Haley back.
Oh, great. Haley, you're back. Welcome. Maybe.
I'm asking her to unmute.
Okay.
Okay, is it working now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome, thank you so much. My computer died on me, and so now I'm on my phone. Sorry about that. Hello, Boise City Council and Madam Mayor. My name is Haley Guptill, and I am a senior at Boise State University. I will be graduating this upcoming spring. I am here today to help represent the Boise student community, because I personally, as a Boise State student, have struggled every year to find decent housing, including freshman year, sophomore year, junior year, and now senior year. Junior year last year, I actually ended up living in a garage for the year, simply because me and my roommates were trying to find a place to live, and things that aren't related to student housing often end up charging you, well, sorry, not charging you, often end up requesting information as in income information or credit information and things like that. A lot of students don't have access to. So I say that we should support this Boise building project and say yes to it, because in order to help build more community for these students, I think it would help to have housing focused around them. Yes, I realize there already are housing options for that, but those are still usually very full throughout the year, and Boise State continues to grow.
Thank you, Haley.
Yes, thank you so much.
Have a good night. Good luck with your classes. All right. I think was Ed ready? He was on there for a little while, Ed McCluskey. It's okay if you turn him off. Whoever's next.
We do have a gentleman, I believe his name is Matt. He's on the phone.
Okay. Matt on the phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Madam Mayor. My name's Matt Erpelding. I'm with the Boise Metro Chamber of Commerce. And I am calling, so first I just want to give a brief background. When I first moved to Boise, I lived at 1916 West Donald Circle, which is 1.5 blocks south of Boise Avenue, just off of the Maverick property that is under review right now. And when I moved here, I worked at Boise State University. In the 5 years that I worked at Boise State University, I lived at 1916 West Donald Circle for 4 of those years. I walked every single day to campus where I worked. And quite frankly, it was one of the greatest opportunities I ever had, because in my career as a university educator, I was never able to walk to campus. The property that is under review today is important because while many of the shortcomings have been pointed out, it is within walking distance of campus. The 196 units will be catered toward undergraduate and graduate students, which in fact, many of that population will walk to campus. I recognize that that corner is an enigma, but the developer has compromised in their plans coming down to a 3-story building to allow for the people on the plateau to be able to continue to value their quality of life. I want to point out that when I worked there, I worked at the Boise State Rec Center, which is just on the north side of Vermont Avenue. That area was heavily impacted as a neighborhood because increasingly more and more duplexes were being put into a neighborhood that had been historically single family units. In doing that, the duplexes impacted the families that lived there. This opportunity is an opportunity for students to live within walking distance, to be able to walk to campus, experience the campus experience, but not impact the neighborhood. I also want to point out, I understand, and the chamber understands, that affordable housing is critical to the future of our city. You all have such a challenge, and I've been there in terms of understanding the challenge that you face, which is balancing the rights of private property owners to the needs of the city. And in this particular case, as we look to improve that corner of the abandoned Maverick gas station to make it something that's livable and actually addresses our needs, the fact that the developer has offered 10 units for 3 years at 60% of AMI is a huge opportunity to provide affordable housing. It's not a permanent fix, and I understand it's not a permanent fix, but it is an opportunity to, one, provide the residents that live on that corner an opportunity to move by providing them with stipends, but also an opportunity to ensure that people that live there can afford to live there. With any new development, traffic is always at the forefront of items to consider.
Your time has run over, so I'll give you a sentence or two to wrap up like I've given others. Did you not like me yelling at him?
No, I apologize. I had to hit *6 to get where I was. I will end it, but recognize that traffic is a consideration there. I believe that most students will walk to campus, as was my experience. And I apologize I took so long. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, council members.
Thank you.
Our next person is Cameron.
Cameron.
He's still unmuted. Oh, there they go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Cameron. Oh,
Okay. Hi, my name's Cameron. I live on West Eastick Road in Boise. I'm a tenant myself and a member of Boise Renters United. So I'm speaking in solidarity with the tenants of Riddenbaugh Place Apartments and against this application. You've already heard from the tenants about how much they enjoy living in these apartments in their homes. And you've heard from neighbors about how much they enjoy having these apartments in their neighborhood. So I think you have to recognize how valuable of an asset these apartments are to the community. Having lived in student apartments myself not too long ago, I can tell you the sort of housing that is being proposed here can't really hold a candle to the homes in the community that already exists there. Additionally, and I think most importantly, I would urge the council to think hard about what it means to remove affordable housing at this time. You know, even before the pandemic hit, Boise was already facing a worsening housing crisis. And for the tenants of Riddenbaugh Place Apartments, I mean, you've heard it from them, finding new housing that fits within their budget is becoming harder and harder and impossible for some of them. So I just ask that you please do not remove this affordable housing and that you think about the consequences of your decision for the tenants of these apartments.
thank you.
Our next speaker is Hannah Wathen.
Hannah, welcome.
I'm not sure. I think my camera's off. I'm not sure.
It's off, but we can hear you.
Okay, cool. Well, hi, my name's Hannah. It's my first year as a student at Boise State, and I'm from Modesto, California, so I'm out of state. And as a freshman student here at Boise, I've not really personally struggled to find decent housing on campus or around campus, but I've heard plenty of stories from upperclassmen and other students, and I can really see this becoming a problem for me in the future, as on-campus living options are mostly reserved for freshmen. And the other options surrounding the area seem to be at high competition with each other, creating pretty unrealistic prices for an out-of-state student such as I am. For example, I know a student who is in a class with me and is in their third year here at BSU. She has over 9 roommates now and is currently forced into a pretty unideal setting because she couldn't afford to live off campus as an out-of-state student. So if we're able to create more reasonable off-campus housing with better parking situations, I really think this will allow students like her to have a better opportunity to flourish here in Boise. And I really believe that by allowing the 2001 Boise Avenue complex to be built, that we would help decrease the struggle students have when searching for housing, as well as create less competition between other current living situations. So through this, we would not only allow the opportunity for a decrease in the high prices that we see in the downtown area, but also open non-student housing nearby for Boise residents like families and other non-resident communities. And basically overall, I just see this project as a necessary element for the student community and also a good way to build up the economy here in Boise.
Thanks, Hannah.
Madam Mayor.
Mhm.
Hannah, are you still on the line?
I am.
You play in Blue Thunder?
I do.
That's awesome. I noticed that in your photo.
I didn't even realize that was there.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Jerry Alanya.
Daria.
Jerry Alanya. Mhm.
Jerry, Alanya, you're up.
My name is Jerry Alanya. Good evening, Mayor, Madam Mayor, Council President, Council members. I'm here tonight to support this proposal and ask the Council to accept the rezoning. I'm currently a college freshman and a future BSU graduate of class of 2024. I just want to first address how difficult this decision would be and how we would need to consider everything before going forward with a final decision. Houses in Boise are expensive, and those who would be able to afford it would be able to live close. Unfortunately, not everyone can afford to live close in Boise. So as you can see, a lot of people here are already struggling to live here, even though they already live here in Boise. So reserving housing only to those who could afford it would discourage diversity in Boise. From students who just can't afford to attend Boise State, to students who can, there's a lot of bright minds that would be able to attend Boise State. And while there's a lot of pedestrians in Boise, Boise is a city and it's becoming more and more of a city as it's growing. And sometimes it feels like it's growing more into New York City. And there's pedestrians all over the place. And honestly, we should just get used to that, 'cause that's just how Boise is becoming, because it's just a growing city. It's one of the fastest growing cities in this country. This project is for those, such as international students, who wish to gain a feeling of what Boise has to offer. Transportation does not necessarily have to be the only way by cars. People could actually just bike and walk over, especially with this new rezoning. People could actually just walk to their classes and not have to drive over. All of this traffic that we're seeing is the result of people not having enough housing. So with this rezoning, we'll have less traffic actually. So since this complex is going to be by Boise, we're going to be able to make it run on 100% renewable energy. This is something that we could eventually make it do. There's other big companies that are starting to do this. Companies such as Apple Incorporated or Microsoft have already proposed to run on 100% renewable energy. And we need to innovate like they do. We need to innovate in Boise and have a bright future for them. Boise State is such a big part of Boise and its economy and its future. As more and more Boise and out-of-state students come in to study, we need to be able to study. We need to be able to support that and help Boise become a bigger city and a better economy. There's just so many bright minds that go unnoticed, and so many things that we could be doing for Boise that just need to go unnoticed by a lot of people. Like, we need to have a lot of things be growing for Boise.
Madam Mayor,
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jerry. That was timed perfectly. Thanks for joining us.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is April.
We might have lost April because would Ed otherwise be the only person we see?
Oh,
April,
hear
are
me?
you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. Well, the hour is late and my internet connection is unstable, so I'll keep it brief. I'm April Hoy. I live in the Boise Bench area on Kootenai Street, and I'm also a member of Boise Renters United. I'm here in solidarity with the residents of the Reidenbaugh Apartments. I'm urging you to deny the proposed rezone of this site. The proposed development is essentially an overpriced boarding house. It doesn't offer anything to our city in terms of improving the atmosphere, providing affordable housing, or doing anything for our community that warrants making a variance from our existing zoning plan for them. It's just a cash grab by a large corporation. And I think that this should be an easy decision, frankly. This is a small pocket of remaining affordable housing within Boise, and this seems like the worst possible time to tear such a thing down. Thank you.
Thanks, April.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Ed McCluskey.
Okay. Is this it?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
All right. You're muted, Ed.
There we are.
Yeah, there you go. Welcome.
Yeah, great. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. Hi, I'm Ed McCluskey. It's good to see you again, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm a BSU professor emeritus residing at 1919 Vernal Lane. College enrollments rose nicely from 1636 until 2010, accepting interruptions for wars, depressions, etc. Income levels rose, increasing demand for higher education. Affluent college-age populations wanted to live in expensive private housing instead of commuting from home. Luxury campus housing became a growth industry. But since 2010, birth rates kept declining, thanks in part to fallout from what Alan Greenspan finally called the irrational exuberance of economic growth, especially in housing. Yet universities kept claiming inevitable growth for housing, leading to, according to the Chronicle of Higher Education, the enrollment bubble. That bubble too has burst, which explains why the university growth industry is student recruitment today to shore up the bottom line. It's a game of revenue catch-up to be played out long past next year and the next decade. Demographic trends are relentless. You wouldn't know all this if all you looked at were the CDG application, whose PR claims cite data not only out of date, but data which are moot and mute for the current future situation of BSU and universities. CDG's marketing is just that, cleverly avoiding important subcategories of student preferred living elsewhere in the city. You may have, as I have, paid attention to an emerging language of lowered expectations from BSU, not just in light of the pandemic, but in reimagining curricula and their delivery post-pandemic. BSU President Trump says that 10,000 students attend at least one class this fall, while the Associate VP of Enrollment Services calls next year's best enrollment hope flat, but expecting the fall 2021 class to be slightly below average compared to fall 2020. With a baseball field also off the table, BSU could build student housing there, though educational delivery trends to the virtual, regardless of a vaccine's availability, are also important. Months ago, I spoke about investors claiming land for student housing and the loss of increasingly precious R2 zones. CDG strains credulity when floating the terms multi-use and affordable housing for a sunsetted carrot that goes bad after 3 years. Still a student boutique project, what matters to investors is owning the dirt for large profits. Meanwhile, CDG-like business models are becoming dinosaurs. We can do better for this area. Thanks to the mayor's zoning task force and the BSU City Southeast Boise Association collaboration, we're poised to do better for all residents with more reflective plans for all. The BSU City SENA work group has its last meeting next month, aiming to set boundaries and terms for the adjacent college subdivision. I urge denial of this rezone occasion. Thank you.
Great. I was going to stop you after you went one sentence over, and then
Well,
I
we
didn't
made it.
catch the period, and then I let you have a second one. I was afraid you were going to take a third one. All right. You were almost perfectly timed. Thank you. So now that was the last person waiting, right?
Correct, Madam.
Oh, right. But Deb, I'm not sure. I haven't made sure to see if everybody in here has talked yet. So you might have a minute. Anybody else here that wanted to get up and testify? Did all of you did. Wow. Okay. All right. I thought there were a couple extras. Okay. Then do we do questions for staff after Deb's? Elaine. That's what I thought. Yeah. We tend to do both. Let's take, yeah, we'll go ahead, Deb, with your closing arguments, rebuttal. And then after that, we'll see if there are questions for staff before I close the hearing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'll just address a few of the points that we've heard so far. Quickly on noise, there was concerns about noise from the project. We will have a 24-hour on-site property manager that will regulate that. We also have rules about how long the amenities can be open, where tenants and their guests have to be actually locked out of these facilities after 10 p.m. In respect of the city's noise ordinances as well. A little bit on parking, there was some comments by Mr. Koppel about ACHD's report. I know that the council knows this, but the ACHD does not have jurisdiction over on-site parking. They don't have any standards in their policy manual that address on-site parking. As to the items they have jurisdiction over, they approved the findings of the traffic impact study and found that there were no impacts that needed to be mitigated on roadways. Also about parking, there was comments comparing us to Identity. It's important to recognize that Identity is parked at 20%, whereas this project is parked at 50%, which is a significant difference. There's been questions about whether this site should be master planned. And I guess I want to point out maybe the obvious, that the city already has a plan in place for this property, and it involves your Blueprint Boise. And if I can I share my screen? I wanted to show you just a few slides. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Okay, great, thank you. There you have a number of different items that I want to quickly point to that are important, that are in your plan now. First of all, you have a plan that allows RO as a compatible zone. Also, there's been a lot of discussion about what is required by your neighborhood activity centers. These are small scale, non-residential uses that are contemplated here. Primarily residential density is the focus. And where you are talking about non-residential uses, you're talking about uses that occupy less than 25,000 square feet. It's also dependent upon the location and access. We've got already within this area, this quarter-mile radius, these are some of the existing non-residential uses, already totaling more than 25,000 square feet of non-residential use. And so it is appropriate and consistent with this planning area to add more residential. This site also serves BSU very well. We've got most of the campus to our east, but we're ideally pretty centrally located. So you don't need additional planning to map out our infrastructure to access Boise State. You can see here that we already have crosswalks at a signalized intersection. We have the benefit of being at a hard corner so that our students can take advantage of that. These concerns about jaywalking don't really apply to this site. These crosswalks are connected all the way into the campus along Boise Avenue. And we, instead of creating a problem with infrastructure, we're adding to build it out. We are completing the pedestrian facilities in front of our building with detached sidewalks. We are adding a bus shelter with benches, and we are adding a building that has a pedestrian scale presence. We are promoting the pedestrian opportunities in this area. What you have before you is an opportunity from somebody who studied your plan, who looked at your code, who saw what was allowed. They are asking for a use that's within that zone and within the plan. They're asking for something that is a beautifully designed pedestrian scale use that meets a need that that's not just needed for student housing adjacent to Boise State, but really is a need throughout the city for more housing. And they are answering that need in a way that is more generous than I think you've seen any other developer of this type of product come into your market and address your concerns that exist with or without them. And they're actually providing solutions for you to work with. And so I urge you not to postpone this opportunity with this great development and this great developer who's going to stay here and operate this product. And for a future notion of maybe we'll get some future commercial plan here. It's not viable here. this plan works. It provides a solution to needs you have now, and I urge you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll direct questions to staff. Go ahead.
Thank you. Celine, I guess I would like to go back to the notion of what mixed use is. I think the developer's representative asserts that the church nearby would be part of a mixed use activity center. Is that typically included in what we would include a mixed use activity center?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, can you clarify? You're asking if the church would be a part of those mix of uses?
The slide we just saw from the developer asserted that we are over 25,000 square feet already because of the 18,000 square feet in the nearby church.
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I feel like Blueprint Boise is a guideline. Those standards do call out the 25,000 square foot range. Not every activity center right now has that square footage. Some have more. This site specifically, you could see that church as part of that mix of uses. Certainly, it's not a residential use. It is a different type of use. But at the end of the day, these activity centers, our city continues to grow and change. It's more of a vision of what we'd like to see in the area than, absolute rules and ordinance.
And then I guess my second question is to the idea that either there needs to be further thought about how to develop this activity center, or whether or not there needs to be a separate master plan. We certainly found the need to do that in the Lusk area because of the kinds of pressures that we're seeing with this development here. But I guess most importantly to me, the question is, there's, at least to my knowledge, not a student-only focused development south of Boise Avenue at this point that I know of. Is that correct? Everything else is north of Boise Avenue.
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I believe Eagle Point Apartments could be considered technically student housing or part of student housing, which would be south of Boise Avenue.
But they're not solely student focused. They're typical apartments with.
Correct.
Yeah.
Past that, the other student housing that I'm aware of is in the Lusk district. There's been some entitled south of Beacon on the other side of Broadway.
But yeah. Okay.
But none in this specific location.
Thank you. All right, thanks.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, I'm trying to figure out how to word this in my head. I feel like it's kind of the same question that Council President Clegg asked, maybe in a slightly different way, and maybe it was already answered, but I'll ask it again anyway. So when P&Z makes a recommendation to us, it's kind of on three different areas. And one of it is that it's compliant with the comprehensive plan. And in the comprehensive plan, we have this specific intersection listed in the Almanac and in Blueprint Boise as a neighborhood activity center. And depending on who we're listening to or who we're hearing from at the very moment, some people are saying this adds to it being a neighborhood activity center because it provides more density in people. But I also think that, like, looking at this, you can interpret it as this doesn't really serve anybody in the neighborhood other than the residents who live there. So it's not adding to the value of one or more neighborhoods in the area as far as contributing to an activity center. So I guess that's where I'm struggling with, is the interpretation of what that really means. And as we're looking at this development, can we interpret this as this is non-contributing to an activity center? Can we interpret it that way?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I think there's a lot of ways to interpret our comprehensive plan. It is a guideline, it is a vision. The neighborhood activity center is intended for smaller scale uses surrounded by residential uses. I think at the end of the day, it is at your discretion to find whether or not that approval criteria is being met. I think you've heard a lot of good testimony tonight on supporting it or opposing it. I will just note that, you know, this is dense development. The parking is all underground, usually for student housing projects or any sort of multifamily projects. We see a lot of surface parking, a lot of, you know, separate buildings separated out. That takes a lot more land. You know, this development is definitely more urban and definitely more intense use of the site. It's a fair statement to make.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yep.
Looks like that might be it. You got nothing? Okay. All right. Well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, I think it might be appropriate tonight to go ahead and make a motion and have discussion around the motion rather than conversation, if that works. And with that, sorry, I gotta get back to my page. I would move that we deny the rezone of CAR 1925 CDG acquisitions at 1909 and 2001 West Boise Avenue, rezone from C1D and R2 to RODDA. And if I get a second, I'll expound on my reasons.
Second.
A motion and a second.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So there's a lot about the proposal that is to like, frankly. I think the developer has, in fact, made changes in response to what was heard from the neighborhood, both in the design of the building itself, in the tenant assistance and relocation, and in the offer of providing some units for those tenants for 3 years. Having said that, I still find that this particular development is not in compliance as it's currently presented to us with Blueprint Boise. And the reasons for that are primarily have to do with the fact that this is a designated neighborhood activity center. And as such, findings that are required in that require a mix of uses that are at scale that's compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. We've heard a lot tonight that this isn't in scale. I guess I would argue that the scale is of less concern to me than the lack of mix of uses, because the next thing there is that there has to be a range of uses that don't exist, aren't available in the area today. And if this 2.5 acres, which is really the only parcel left that's undeveloped in what would be this activity center, is developed without any additional mixed uses, it takes away the ability to develop a range that isn't available today. And I think we need to at least give some thought to that before allowing this rezone. In addition, the RO zone itself calls for a mix of uses. And so to ask for an RO rezone and then propose only one concentrated use, I think is not in keeping with what the RO zone was developed to do, which is to provide that transition between very intense uses and less intense uses with a mixture of uses to serve both those on either side. The neighborhood activity center also calls for a range of housing types. And while I appreciate that there's certainly a market for simply student housing, in this area. There's also a market for other kinds of housing. There's a shortage of housing for professors. There's a shortage of housing for graduate students, which is a different kind of housing than what's being proposed typically. There's a shortage of housing for various staff at BSU who are essential workers and service workers. And the city plan has long envisioned that the area south of Boise Avenue really would provide some of those uses and not simply the intense use for the students of the university. That brings us to the second reason for a decision that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial on, and that's the transportation analysis. And frankly, I'm disappointed on a lot of the analysis that we got. I don't personally have a problem with parking. I think that, in fact, the parking that's being proposed will be enough. What I am disappointed in is the lack of looking at the transportation system as anything but something to move vehicles. The lack of willingness of ACHD to consider a town center typology, even though they worked with us to develop that typology just for these kinds of activity centers. Lack of willingness to consider additional crosswalks because they're proposing to look at this as a typical suburban arterial rather than that town center arterial. But really, it's not ACHD necessarily who is responsible for that. I think those policies are pretty clearly within our comprehensive plan, and one would expect the developer to come up with a proposal that would honor that in our comprehensive plan. And then finally, the notion of whether or not this is in keeping with the general welfare of the city. And certainly we heard a lot tonight about the things that might be lost. We heard don't remove affordable housing. I would like to say to folks, we're not in a position to remove affordable housing. We're in a position to look at what's being proposed and determine whether or not it's in keeping with our current rules and regulations and plans. And furthermore, I'd say that it's unlikely that the housing as it exists today will be able to continue to be used as is being used without some significant renovation. And that renovation by itself will likely drive up the price of it. Having said that, it's also clear we're short of affordable housing in this time in this city, and we need to find a solution that honors that. So I don't know that we can make a ruling, or at least I can make a ruling on the last part, but I believe the fact that it doesn't meet the first two tests is enough for me to say that it, while this is a good first start at looking at what to do with this area, it's lacking in a number of things. And then finally, I would say it concerns me that while this started with a proposal for an actual development with a conditional use permit, it ends up with us today, and frankly, the week before the hearing at Planning and Zoning, without a firm proposal, but with just a development agreement that describes a proposal, and then some charts and drawings and other things about what that proposal will eventually look like. I think in order to consider something this important at this important place in our city, I would much prefer to see actual proposal come forward with the rezone that allows the city council to make some very important determinations, including such things as the transportation accommodations for pedestrians and bicyclists, the mitigation for the loss of trees, and other things such as that, that would then simply go before the review bodies that we administer and not be commented on by us. So for all those reasons, while I absolutely agree that we need more student housing, absolutely agree that we need more affordable housing, I think that this proposal as it stands isn't quite ripe to go forward. Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. And I respect the council president's viewpoint very much, but there's a few reasons why I don't agree with the viewpoint. And I think we're dealing with kind of two issues here. We have one issue where we have existing affordable housing that is no longer wanted by the property owner. And there's nothing we can do about that as a body, unfortunately. You know, it's theirs to divest, it's their property to sell. And I understand how tenuous it can be as a renter because I rented for many years and you just never know when your landlord is going to sell their property. And it's theirs to do with what they wish. And I know that that sucks really bad sometimes. And I appreciate everyone who calls this place home and who has called it home for so many years. And how that tenuous situation of being a renter plays into that. But the question is, does this proposed project serve a need that we have in this particular community? And I think over the years being engaged with this neighborhood and seeing the kinds of strife caused by student populations living in an established old neighborhood, I think that it makes perfect sense to create more student housing density closer to campus so that those students aren't bleeding out into these older neighborhoods where, you know, there's a lot of homeowners, there are a lot of rentals, there tends to be a lot of tension because of that. And I think that getting students closer to campus as much as we possibly can, making it walkable, bikeable, scooterable, hopefully getting kids to leave their cars at home or sell their cars before they come to campus would really enhance the whole bit of infrastructure around Boise State. And I understand that we don't have a master plan for Boise State, that's still in process. But I really think that with the existing multi-use in this area, we have restaurants, there are a couple of parcels a little bit farther down Boise Avenue that we already know to be ripe for redevelopment, where Crickets currently is. I enjoyed Crickets quite a bit when I was in my 20s going to Boise State. We know that those are going to be redeveloped at some point in the future, and we've heard from those property owners on that. So I think that, you know, with that in mind, and this being a designated neighborhood activity center, already having some of those businesses there, already having quite a bit of residential density between the Eagle Point Apartments, Identity Boise, I think that this project would add enough more residential density to really make those commercial uses viable that people are wanting in this place, where they might not be viable yet. I think that getting a little bit more density in there is going to make those commercial spaces make a lot more sense. And, you know, the reality of it is that upperclassmen don't want to live on campus. It doesn't matter how much housing Boise State builds within their boundary, seniors aren't going to live there. You know, juniors aren't going to live there. Really, it's the freshmen and sophomores. So we still need housing for all ages of college students, whether they're in their 20s returning to college or whether they're more traditional upperclassmen. So for that reason, I will not be supporting the denial of the rezone.
Madam Mayor. I respect both the council president and the pro tem, so this is a real dilemma. Where it comes down for me are the three questions that inform the Planning and Zoning Commission, and those are compliance with the comprehensive code, comprehensive plan, We heard a lot about density and the lack of mix of uses in this project, but there's no requirement that one property provide all of the uses for a mixed use area. It's supposed to be mixed use among properties. There's a lot of discussion about the density and the, whether having this many people in one place is compatible with an activity center. My view is that the activity, economic, social, et cetera, follows the people. The more you put in one place, the more happens there. The second question, which is the fuzziest one, I think, is it in the best interest of the public welfare and the general welfare? And I think people can make a passionate, fact-based, valid argument on both sides of this. One of the unshakable facts about the city of Boise is that we do not have enough housing, period. And as I listen to the testimony and I think about this, this is where affordability comes in. It is a market. People will charge what they can charge, and people will pay what they're able to pay. And as a result, at all income spectrums, we're coming up short. If we're serious about affordable housing, we need to be able to explain why we would say no to 500 more beds in the city of Boise. That's very difficult to do. Similarly, if we're serious about climate and we're serious about our future, we need to be able to explain why we would say no to putting 500 people within walking distance of their daily activities. This is our transportation goal. This is our density goal. This is our true long-term plan. Third, there's the issue of the compatibility of the surrounding zones. This is another one people can argue both ways, but the fact is, it is compatible to the BSU housing across the street, and it is compatible to the RO zoning to the east. I think those are all compelling reasons to allow this project. It's not an easy one. The third thing is the fourth thing is the destruction or the loss of currently very affordable housing, and that is real, and it's not trivial, and it's not de minimis. But this housing, unfortunately, is going to be going away one way or another. I think there's different testimony about the condition of the building, and there's different opinions about how long that building will be viable. But we know that the owner is going to be getting rid of it, and the person who buys it is going to be buying it to do something that they can make money with. We don't have any authority to tell them not to. So in my mind, unfortunately and sadly, this affordable housing is going to be going away in the relatively near term, one way or another, and there's nothing that we can do to stop that. So from my perspective, we're in a housing crunch, crisis, incredible shortcoming, whatever it is. One of the questions here is, do we want 500 more beds next to campus, right where people live and do their daily activities? Number two, is it directly in conflict with the existing uses? No, it's not. Number three, what are we going to do with the activity center and our future plans? Well, I don't think we can put it all on this developer. I don't think it's appropriate for us to say, you must include all of the uses in your project. Otherwise, it's not true mixed use, or otherwise it's not a true activity center. I don't think we can require that, and I certainly don't think our plan instructs us to. So for those reasons, I agree with the President Pro Tem on this one.
Madam Mayor, it was not my intention to go last, at least with our council members who are here.
I think I might be going last.
I know. I agree and also disagree with every single one of our fellow council members and council president and council pro tem. Sometimes I feel like my role is to disappoint everybody equally. I am going to talk about some of the exact same things that everybody else did, and it's really what the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended to us and the reasons why. And the first one, again, being the compliance with the comprehensive plan. And I guess as I interpret it and I look at a space that's one of the last or one of the few opportunities to develop a mixed use space that serves multiple neighborhoods, I don't see this being compliant with Blueprint Boise. and the comprehensive plan. And so I see an issue there. And I do also understand the need for residents and for residents to drive business. I run and operate a nonprofit across the street in the Lust District area, and we have very similar developments like this, and we have businesses as well. And I can tell you that the businesses that are in our neighborhood are not typically supported by the students that are living there. So just the fact that there's residents alone doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to support the specific businesses, depending on what type of businesses they are. Crickets, I think, might do pretty well. I'm not sure about all of the other ones. Two is it in the best interest of public convenience and general welfare? And I think some people read that and they do interpret it as the affordable housing component of it. And that's really not necessarily something that we're able to control. My fear here, and where I disagree, or not disagree, but I think if you interpret it this way, the proposal that this development is giving may be the best case situation that the residents in this neighborhood get. And that's frightening to me, that anybody could come in here with a different type of development that was mixed use, that had 300 residents and a coffee shop and a salon on the bottom. That's not necessarily going to protect the residents that are there and preserve that affordable housing. And that development may not give you the deal that this one's giving. And I know that that's not a popular thing to say, but I do fear that with this development and turning down this rezone, that there may not be a better deal on the table. And then the third being that it maintains and preserves the compatibility of the surrounding zoning and development. And I do think, again, that could be interpreted many different ways. I look at the apartment complexes on the other two corners of the street, the housing on the other two corners of the street, and it does seem like it's very similar and very compatible. And so I do think that there are two areas there that are big question marks for me, and that it would fit. But to me, it comes down to the compliance with the comprehensive plan, interpreting it as something that serves multiple neighborhoods and is a mixed use space. And because it doesn't do that, I would not support the rezone. And I would stand with Council President's current motion.
Madam Mayor, looks like you're on the spot, but if I could have a moment, a couple of my council members asked for a little bit more explanation about why turn down this housing in this time when housing is so necessary. I'd like to address that if I could. First, I want to be clear that it's clear to me I can't save the housing that exists there today. As Councilmember Badgett pointed out, it's unlikely that this housing is long for this world without some significant renovation, which would raise the price of it, even if someone were to undertake that. The current owner is pretty clear that they're not willing to. And so I think that that's a pretty long shot. But having said that, I think that there's a real possibility that there's a development that gets at the same things that this one does in terms of housing, in providing the things that we need to support this growing city, which includes density, by the way. It includes an acceptance of density in places where we might not have thought we would need it previously, given all of the conditions that we face, but preserves it in a way that offers something else to the neighborhood, and that would be both the mixed use and the mix of housing types. What's being proposed today is a particularly unadaptable building, and really for the long-term resilience and sustainability of our city, the best thing we could do would be build buildings that are particularly adaptable in the future to change conditions. And one of the things that persuades me about this one and the sustainability resilience argument is that this type of building really is difficult to adapt to a different use or a different type of housing use even in the future. And I think we would be better served, despite the clear work of the developer to find answers to many of the questions. I still think we'd be better served to go back and try again.
Thank you. Well, for some reason this weekend had a feeling that this would happen on this one. And so spent quite a few hours on Sunday reviewing it all. And then funny story, TJ today told me he wouldn't be here. And I thought, oh, well, I spent all that time and now I'm not gonna have to break a tie. And then unfortunately, Lisa had a personal emergency and had to bow out. And so I'm really thankful that I reviewed the record, because here I am again, having to break a tie. First off, I want to say thank you to everybody that is here in person. And then to those of you that joined us that hopefully you've gone to bed already, but maybe you'll watch after. I really appreciate the conversation, the work that went into this, the applicant as well, Boise State, different agencies that came. It's these kinds of conversations that we need to have. I'm going to be voting for the council president's motion, and this is why. There are several things that we have to ask ourselves, and Councilman Bajent brought up some of them. Does this align with the comp plan? You could argue both directions of this, but at the end of the day, it's up to us as from a discretionary perspective to figure out how and whether or not a proposal aligns with our vision of what an activity center is in this area. And in this sense, while one could argue that you shouldn't expect one single developer to meet all the needs, I would say that we are not. But from an activity center perspective, especially when two parcels are combined, one of which was a commercial use, and we lose more space through this from an activity center perspective, it's really important that we figure out and expect through a better development agreement, more mixes of uses. And the applicant brought up a picture of what can fall within the zone. It is residential, it is mixed use, and then there was the line that says, and the mix of uses will vary based on location, access, and variety of uses nearby. And for all those reasons, I believe that more mixes of uses should be included in whatever is proposed to us in the next development agreement that comes with a rezone application. I am concerned, as Boise State was, that not enough attention was given to all the modes of movement that people use. And as we think about how we create a community with homes for everyone, where we can move easily and in modern, more sustainable ways to the opportunities we have, whether it be college classes or the job that we have downtown or up on the bench, or over to Broadway to go grocery shopping at Albertsons, we need to be thinking piece by piece about how people move safely to avoid accidents and to encourage people to actually stay out of their cars or to think about not taking a car to college. And it's very possible to do that, but it's going to take a while to change that culture from the car to college piece. Boise State brought up their concerns about pedestrian safety, and I think that's a really real one. And then finally, another question is this in the best interest of the general welfare? And I'll say this, I believe it is our responsibility when granting more development rights than currently exists on a private parcel to do our best to advocate for general welfare in the best and most assertive ways we can. There is, as the chamber mentioned, a private property right here. It is not this one. And so this is the time at which, as a city, as staff, as a council, and now tonight, because I'm voting on this as mayor, it is the one time that we can look at this and say, in exchange for this rezone, with this development agreement, we need to see more mix of use, more attention to safe pedestrian movement and different modes. As Elaine brought up, even the tree mitigation plan, this right now, I believe, is not ready to the point where it's in the best interest of our community and general welfare. I'm not gonna kid you in making you think that I don't believe that density in this place is appropriate. I think, in the application, the design is beautiful, and we The height is something that I believe that we can work through. We cannot prevent the current property owner from doing something with the homes and the apartments that he owns, but we can come to the table at the time of a rezone to expect more and expect better for our residents. And so as we move forward, I expect that we'll see from the family, from the developer, what have you, a proposal. But if it's going to be a rezone with only a development agreement and not a CUP and other things, then we've got to get it right here, because this is the last time we, as a council, and from time to time a mayor, will have the opportunity to weigh in on it, when it's our role to do the best that we can to ensure that as we move forward and we think about affordability, building our way out of it isn't the silver bullet. We've got to have expectations. When we think about climate, just building more close isn't the silver bullet. We've got to think about how it's built and all these other pieces. So while I believe that we'll see, and I hope that we'll see at some point a different application here, I expect and would ask the applicant to come back in answering the questions that the council president put forward today in her motion. And then it's very likely I would be breaking a tie on a different side.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Before we vote, I didn't ask that staff capture the reasons that I stated for decision and bring them back to us.
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I've got a few pages of notes, so I'll come back with revised findings. I was thinking October 13th.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead. You call the roll.
Woodings.
No.
Bajent.
No.
Clegg.
Yes.
Halliburton.
Yes.
2 in favor, 2 opposed. Madam Mayor, please break the tie.
Yes.
3 in favor, 2 opposed. The motion carries.
Thanks. Nothing else comes before the council?
I move we adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody. Good night, all. Travel safely home.